Video games are addictive. Addiction is not a funny thing. I've even joked around and have called video games digital crack. I mean, the characters in these games are, for the most part, overglorified serial killers. I mean, they could give Freddy and Jason a run for their money in terms of kill counts. Except for Pokemon, the characters in that are just overglorified animal abusers. But apparently the people of DeviantArt really like drawing these characters after they've been hypnotized. So in this video, I'm going to be giving you my top 10 list of hypnosis video game fans from within the DeviantArt community. The Mind Controller. He has 2.6k watchers, 1.1m page views, and 3.4k deviations. Resolvo. He has 16.8k watchers, 7m page views, and 1.3k deviations. Trishbot. She has 4.5k watchers, 956k page views, and 418 deviations. Coming to us from Mexico is Siegfried28. He has 2.5k watchers, 408 page views, and 210 deviations. Hypnoloord X. He has 3.9k watchers, 850.7k page views, and 2.1k deviations. Broken Teapot. He has 16.8k watchers, 5.3M page views, and 2.5k deviations. Jim Ryu. He has 8.6k watchers, 4.6M page views, and 523 deviations. Nomas. I hope I didn't butcher that. He has 3.1k watchers, 225.2k page views, and 300. Tangled Pen Man. He has 597 watchers, 202.1k page views, and 198 deviations.
No time for May. During their travels in the Lone region, Ash, his best friend Pikachu, May, Max and Brock had come across a carnival that was set to open in the morning. After watching an impressive display from a magician and his assistant putting together a big tent, the gang decided to take a break from their travels and enjoy the carnival. Everyone was having a great time going on all the rides and eating a lot of carnival food. Whilst walking around, the crew noticed a poster lying on the ground. "Hey, what's this?" asked Ash, as he picked the poster up. "It looks like one of those posters I've seen around the place for the Great Butler's Magic Show," Brock replied. "Hey, that sounds like fun. We should go and see it tonight," said May, getting excited thinking about it. "What about you guys?" "Sure. I haven't seen a magic show in years," Brock replied. "I've never seen a magic show." "It sounds like fun," said Max whilst chewing on cotton candy. "Then let's do it," agreed Ash. "I can't wait to see the show." That night the group were enjoying the magic show at the Big Top. The Great Butler himself was on stage performing a various amount of magic tricks that got the crowd clapping and cheering. 2 clowns would occasionally appear on stage to help Butler set up for his next trick, jumping and cheering each time they came in. After the final magic trick of the night, Butler's assistant Diane and their Pokemon Mightyena and Curlia presented themselves one last time to thank everybody. "You've all been a wonderful audience. Thank you all so much for attending tonight and hope you enjoyed the show," said Butler to the audience. Everyone clapped and cheered louder than before. "However, since you've all been so great, there's enough time for just one more trick for tonight. But for this one, I will need 2 members of the audience to come and help me. Now, who would like to have the chance to become magicians?" The audience all raised their hands and begged for a chance. Especially May and Ash, who rose from their seats eager to give it a shot. Butler raised his hand in the air with one finger pointing upwards. "I think I've found the perfect magicians to help me. I shall choose you and you," he called, pointing towards Ash and Maximum. "Whoa, that's awesome. Come on, Max, Pikachu, let's go," Ash cried, leaping off his seat. "Sure," replied Max nervously. Ash took his hand and jetted down the stairs whilst Pikachu jumped on Ash's shoulder. May looked really jealous and folded both her arms together tightly. "Why do Max and Ash get to go? I wanna be a part of the show too," she grumbled. "It should have been me out there. I should be the one to get to perform for Diane," moaned Brock, who, as always, was head over heels for any lady. "Typical you," she replied and went back to sulking. Ash and Max got onto the stage where Butler and Diane welcomed them on. "Welcome, fellow upcoming magicians. You look like you have a strong passion for show business. With your help, our final trick for tonight shall be one to remember." "What are your names, fellow magicians?" asked Diane. "My name is Ash and this is my partner Pikachu." "Pikachu." Max looked a little shy. "My name is Maximum." "Great. Then let's get started," Butler called, as the 2 clowns came back on stage to present a large box that they opened up. "Seeing as you are already great magicians, let's see if you can escape the burning box." "The burning box?" Ash asked. "All you have to do is escape the box before it bursts into flames." "I don't think I can," said Max nervously. "It'll be fine, trust me," said Diane with confidence. "You're magicians now, so you can do it." "But we aren't really magicians." The two clowns got behind the boys and gently pushed them forward. "Yeah, sure, but we aren't really clowns," said one of them, as they continued to push them forward until they were sitting in the box and closed the doors. "Dusclops, step forward," Butler called out to one of his Pokemon assistants. "Dusclops," it replied as it walked towards the box. The clowns span and jumped their way cheerfully off the stage as Butler began to speak to the audience again. "Seeing as Ash and Max are great magicians already, they should have no trouble in escaping this box before it is destroyed by Dusclops' hyper beam." The audience gasped in shock. "They will only have 10 seconds to escape before it is destroyed, so let's begin the countdown." Butler began to start counting down whilst Dusclops began to charge up its hyper beam. "How are we supposed to get out of here?" Ash asked. "I dunno. There's got to be some sort of trick to this somehow." "I hope," replied Max nervously. The countdown was getting closer to the end and the audience were on the edge of their seat. Especially May, who was chewing on her popcorn fiercely. 2-1. "Dusclops, hyper beam," called out Butler. With that, Dusclops fired the beam towards the box. Ash, Pikachu, and Max suddenly went downwards inside the box to find themselves in a small room where the floor elevated them backwards. The hyper beam had now destroyed the box, leaving a trail of smoke and bouquets of flowers descending towards the audience, who were in awe. Meanwhile, Ash, Pikachu, and Max had stopped moving down below and started to be elevated upwards. The audience cheered as they saw that the boys had managed to escape the box perfectly. Incredible. Not only did they escape the box just in the nick of time, but they made bouquets of flowers appear as well. Just then, Ash, Pikachu, and Max were brought back to the top of the seating area. "Let's give it up for our new magicians, Ash, Pikachu, and Max the Great." The spotlights aimed themselves towards the boys and the audience clapped and cheered for them. Thank you," said Ash cheerfully, with Pikachu thanking everybody back. The boys ran back down towards the stage where Ash waved and thanked everybody once again. Just then a grabbing device appeared out of nowhere and got a hold of Pikachu, dragging it away. "Pika!" It jolted out as Ash turned around. "Pikachu!" he cried out as the device formed itself into a ball cage and landed in the hands of the two clowns from earlier up high on the mini blimp. "Now that's magic," said the female clown, as Pikachu tried to electric shock itself out of the cage. However, it didn't work and it kept trying again. "Your electric attacks won't work in our zap trap." "Give it up," replied the male clown. With that, the clowns flipped off their attire to reveal themselves as Jesse and James of Team Rocket. "Now on with the show," they both said. "It's Team Rocket," said Ash in anger. "Give me back Pikachu. For the final trick of the evening, we are going to make all the Pokemon disappear." Jesse said, "Does the net containing my DNA and Curly D from below the blimp?" The Pokemon tried desperately to get out but just couldn't do it. "The best part of the show begins now," said Team Rocket's third member, the talking cat Pokemon Meowth, who activated a switch by the spotlights to open up the big top's roof. He joined the rest of his team as the blimp began to float away. "Who's the clowns now?" they all said as they began to laugh. "We have to stop them." Brock said, as he and May were preparing to get up from their seats to help. I'll get him, Ash said, ready to throw one of his pokeballs. Allow me, Butler said, looking calm and confident. Behold, he called to the audience. For our final performance, we have an encore. Dusclops, Capitata. Dusclops summoned up a blue flame and fired it towards Team Rocket's blimp. One of the ropes came loose and Jessica dropped the cage containing Pikachu as it opened up, freeing it. Ash caught Pikachu just in time before it hit the ground. Pikachu, he said, feeling relieved. What say we have an encore of our own? Pikachu fired a thunderbolt attack hitting Team Rocket, which broke the rope of the net containing Mideona and Curlia. The two Pokemon landed on their feet just fine. No magic show is complete without a vanishing act, so we saved the best part for last, called Butler, still making sure he was entering his audience. Dusclops, use Nightshade. Dusclops then fired out a Nightshade attack which sent Team Rocket flying upwards towards the sky. Looks like Team Rocket's blasting off again, they cried, as they soon disappeared. Bravo, the audience cheered, all thinking that Team Rocket was all a part of the show. Looks like those guys won't be back for an encore, said Brock, as he and May clapped along with the audience towards Ash and Max, who cheered happily. Later that night, after all the audience had gone, Butler, Diane and their Pokemon kept Ash and friends behind to thank them for their help. It was no problem, Ash said happily. Thanks for letting us be a part of the show. The pleasure is all mine, gentlemen, replied Butler. I'm sure you'll become great magicians someday. We hope you get to come tomorrow night as well, said Diane. Sure, we'd love to, Max said, not feeling so shy anymore. May was desperate to ask Butler a question and walked closer towards him. Hey, Mr. Butler, sir. Do you think I could be a part of the show tomorrow night? Please, 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 she asked desperately. Well, I shall see what I can do, replied Butler, unsure of what to say. If some of these guys want to be a replacement assistant for you tonight, maybe I could book you a seat with me, Diane, said Brock, trying to make the moves on her. Max grabbed him by the ear and dragged him away. The only assistant she needs is one to keep her away from you, said Max, feeling embarrassed. Diane didn't reply and just looked confused. Butler was deep in thought and then snapped his fingers. Well, I just might have the perfect troll for you, if you'd like, he said towards May. Really, you'll let me help you with the show? She asked excitedly. The next morning, Max, Brock, Pikachu and Diane were outside the tent preparing to help set up for the show. They were waiting for Butler to appear out of the tent so he could show them something. May I introduce to you our newest clowns, Ash and May, he called, as Ash jumped outside the tent. Tada, he called out happily, wearing a big clown jumpsuit with yellow and orange stripes, a big matching hat of the same colors, purple neck collar with big cotton balls and curled shoes. What do you think, Pikachu? Pika, it replied, approving of his look. Just then May appeared, jumping out of the tent, also dressed as a clown. Tadwo, she cried, as she tripped over and landed face first on the ground. Are you okay? Asked Ash, as he helped pick her up. Yeah, I'm fine, she mumbled, feeling totally embarrassed. Her clown outfit was quite different to the one that was previously worn by James. She wore a pink-colored jumpsuit with yellow bow ties, 4 buttons covered in yellow polka dots, white puffy gloves, big red clown boots that curled at the tip with jingling bells attached, a white neck collar and a pink hat with jingle bells dangling off the ends. Her face was colored with white face paint and two hearts painted on her cheeks. To top off her costume was a big red rubber nose. "You look great, sis," said Max, looking at her costume. "Yeah, you really look the part," replied Brock. "Thanks," she said, feeling a bit happier. "I asked if I could have something a bit cuter from what that creep James had on last night." "Well, it suits you nicely," said Diane. "You'll be a great clown, I just know it." "Just remember to take it easy and do your best," said Butler. "I'm sure you'll be able to entertain everybody." "We sure will." "Come on, May, let's get ready for when all the people arrive," said Ash, encouraging his friend. "Then," she replied, following him. As the day went on, Ash and May were walking around the carnival handing out posters to Butler's magic show and doing their best to entertain anybody that came to see them. Ash was really getting into the swing of things and having a great time. He wasn't the best at trying to tell jokes, but he was quite animated and was slowly getting decent at juggling rubber balls. May, however, was finding it a bit hard. Her attempts to juggle resulted in getting hit on the head several times, and she often tripped over when trying to bounce around a lot. Eventually, Ash and May took a quick break after going around the carnival a lot to grab some food and sat down on a nearby bench with Pikachu joining them. Ash noticed that May wasn't all that talkative and looked a bit down. "You feeling okay?" he asked concerningly. "I dunno, Ash. I don't feel like I am really cut out for this job after all," she replied sadly whilst taking a sip of her soda. "Hey, it's okay. You're doing your best and that's what matters. I think you're doing fine." "Thanks, Ash. But I feel I need to talk to Butler about this too. I appreciate your concern, but I just need to make sure this is the right role for me." She got up off the bench and turned towards him. "I'll be back soon, okay? If I take too long, go ahead and carry on. I'll find you." "Sure, okay," Ash replied as he watched May walk off. "I hope she's okay, Pikachu," he said to his buddy. "Pikachu," it replied, feeling worried. May arrived at the big top where only Butler along with his Medina, Curly and Dusclops were inside practicing for the show. "Oh, hello there, May. How is it going out there? Are you being the best clown you can be?" "I'm trying to, sir, but I just don't think this is working for me," she said sadly. "Oh, but why not? I can't seem to get into the rhythm of this at all. I keep falling over. I can't make the audience laugh, unless it involves me being clumsy without intending to be. I can't think of any funny jokes. Maybe I'm just not cut out for this." Butler put his hands on May's shoulders, looking serious. "I'm so sorry this is happening to you. But you should never worry, my dear, because I can help you become the best clown you can be. I know just the thing that can help you." "Really? You know how to help me?" she asked, feeling a bit more hopeful. "Certainly. Why, my good friend Curly here always knows what to do whenever somebody is feeling down." "Curly, we need your help, my friend," he called out towards his Pokemon. "Curly," it replied gracefully, walking over to him and May. "Our clown in training needs your positive energy to help her to be the best clown she can ever be. Could you help her?" "Curly, Curly," it replied, as it looked towards May, telling her that it would be more than happy to help. "Thanks, guys. I really appreciate this, said May, now starting to warm up with a smile. She then kneeled down so it was easier for Curlia to be in contact with. Curlia, let's give our friend the help she needs, Butler said, as Curlia started to give full eye contact towards May whilst she did the same with Curlia. The Pokemon started to slowly chant and wave its hands in a rhythm around her. May kept full eye contact on Curlia, making sure to never look away, wondering what it was going to do. Then Curlia's eyes began to glow a dark shade of red as it continued to chant. May began to fall into a deep trance and her eyes lost all life in them, never looking away. Butler's welcoming smile soon changed into a more menacing one and began to chuckle. Oh my dear May, you didn't suspect a thing, did you? I wasn't lying when I said I was going to help you be the best clown you can be. But I'm afraid you're going to be a permanent clown for my show and you'll always obey my every command. He then walked on over towards May, still heavily under Curlia's hypnosis. Excellent work, Curlia. Your hypnosis never ceases to fail. Curlia was still in full concentration. Butler then looked towards May, ready to speak to her. Now then, my obedient puppet, you will obey my every command forever. Do you understand? Yes, I'm at your command forever, replied May in a lifeless robotic tone of voice. From now on you are going to be known as Maisie the Clown. You shall always have your abilities heightened to where you are a near-perfect clown who can be acrobatic without fail. You'll be able to effortlessly make balloon animals for all the children. You'll be a great tamer for any dangerously wild Pokemon acts. Be great at slapstick humor, know how to juggle without fail, and be a great assistant in my magic tricks. You will now address me as Master, but when around others you shall call me by the Great Butler. You will be my clown for life. So then, who am I? You are my master. Who am I when you are around others? The Great Butler. What is your new role in life and what is your name? My role is to be your clown for life. My name is Maisie the Clown. Excellent. You are very obedient, Maisie. You shall also allow me to take care of your Pokemon forever too. Yes, Master, you shall keep my Pokemon forever. Fantastic. Now then, I want you to test your new abilities as a clown. Climb up that pole there and walk across the tightrope. Yes, Master. May climbed her way up the pole, ready to start walking the tightrope. Being under deep hypnosis following Butler's orders was actually working at making her have better coordination. She walked across the tightrope effortlessly, not having any trouble at all. That's incredible, Maisie. Now then, come down here. May made her way back down and walked back to Butler, standing motionlessly waiting for an order. Now have a little dance using all those jumps and spins you were having trouble with before. May started to dance for him now, pulling off the spins and jumps without ever losing her balance this time. Butler chuckled to himself, feeling proud that he got May the way he wanted her to be. Well done, Maisie. I think you're just about ready to get back out there and continue to entertain everybody. Now go back out and be the best clown you can be. Yes, Master. May obediently walked out of the big top off to do what Butler had ordered. Butler chuckled, feeling very proud of himself. Excellent work, Curlia. The girl really wants to be in the show and be the best she can be, so I think we've done her a big favor. It also helps to have somebody completely obedient around after losing last night's clowns. People have quit being clowns for me far too many times in the past, but that won't happen ever again thanks to you. It couldn't have come soon enough that you would finally learn hypnosis, my faithful companion. The Great Butler's magic show shall continue on with no more interruptions ever again. Curlia smiled for its trainer, but deep down inside it wasn't at all happy with what it had been asked to do. It worried for the state of its dear friend. At the carnival, Ash was now passing flyers around to advertise 2 shows happening at the Big Tent that night. One was for a circus show and the other was for another showing of the Great Butler's magic show. He was also trying to find May, who still had not returned back. Pikachu, who sat on his shoulder, had now joined him, hoping to find her as well. Still no sign of May, buddy? Ash asked. It replied with a sigh of disappointment. I'm sure she's somewhere around here. Maybe she went to grab a snack or something. Pikachu suddenly raised its ears, hearing the sound of jingling bells. It recognized them from earlier. Pika-Pie, Pika-Pika, it cried out, pointing its hand out forward. You found her, Pikachu? Where? He looked on ahead and at long last noticed a familiar-looking clown. It was indeed May, who seemed a lot more acrobatic than earlier. She skipped, spun and jumped around, entertaining people who were passing by. They all were amazed at how flexible she was and were clapping for her. She would also stop for some children and make some balloon Pokemon for them like an expert. Despite wearing huge puffy gloves on her hands, she made the kids laugh by squeezing her rubber nose that made a honking noise when pressed. Whoa, Pikachu, look at her go. When did she learn to get so good that fast? Said Ash, looking in amazement. Pika-May headed towards them, still with the intent of entertaining people. Ash and Pikachu smiled as she got closer to them. Hey, May, you're rocking it right now. Way to go. Pika-May didn't even acknowledge them and passed on by continuing to do as she was ordered by her master butler. Ash and Pikachu watched as she skipped away, wondering if she had even heard them. I guess she's just really into the rhythm of it all right now. Guess we better carry on to Buddy, he said. Pikachu agreed, as the two of them carried on passing flyers. May continued to entertain audiences throughout the day under the constant trigger in her mind telling her to do everything Butler had ordered her to do. Eventually, she passed by the trailer where Butler was inside having a cup of coffee. He saw May jumping around outside the window and rushed on over to get her attention. Oh, Maisie, my dear, come on over here for a few minutes, would you? May stopped on a dime, hearing her master, and walked on over to him, devoid of any life she had been demonstrating before. Her empty, lifeless eyes were fixated on Butler, never looking away as she headed towards him. Butler closed the trailer door and sat back down in his seat. Now, Maisie, I need to give you some new instructions for some plans that are happening today, as well as improve yourself as a clown. It's so I call upon you, Curlia, my friend. He opened up his Pokeball containing his Curlia, who already knew what to expect when it saw May close up to a Curlia. We need your help once again to make Maisie an even better clown than before, and to remember the plans for tonight. Do your thing, the Curlia agreed, even though that deep down inside it wasn't happy with what it was asked to do. It felt too scared to retaliate against its hypnosis on May again because of how long it had been friends with Butler. But despite how it felt, Curlia did what Butler requested and began to use its hypnosis on May. May was in a deeper trance than before now, as the effects of Curlia's hypnosis grew stronger on her. Now, first off, Maisie, I have specific instructions about the circus going on tonight that I need you to hear. One of the performers has grown terribly ill and can no longer be on the show tonight. I need you to take this performer's place and take part in that show tonight. I trust in your incredible abilities and just know you'll be able to put on a great show for everybody. Do you understand what you need to do? Yes, Master May replied robotically. Fantastic. Next, I will need you to improve your skills as a clown. I forgot to take into account that whilst you have your amazing acrobatic skills along with everything else, you don't seem to show any emotion at all. I know. For you right now in your current state, but I need you to be jollier for me, okay? I have a reputation to keep and I can't let anyone be suspicious about what is going on here. If anyone asks anything about me, you will tell them that I gave you helpful advice to be the best clown you can be. So just enjoy your new life when around others, when I'm not here. When around me, be as monotone as you want. It only proves your loyalty to me. Yes, Master. The more in control Butler felt, the more devious he was beginning to sound. Never before had he ever felt like this, as he loved every single minute. He then got out a watch from his pocket. Now then, Maisie. Go back out there and continue doing what you do best. Only this time you will act a bit more human and love your life as a clown. When the time reaches 5 p.m. this watch I shall strap to your wrist will ring, and that's when you must return to me in this trailer. We need to get prepared for both the circus and my show around that time. Understand? Yes, Master. Excellent, Curlia. That will be enough now, please. Thank you very much, Curlia. It replied weakly, feeling tired out. Take a good rest now, my friend, Butler said, as he returned Curlia to its pokeball. Now then, Maisie, do you love being a clown? Tell me with some emotion in that voice of yours. Yes, Master. Being a clown is what I was always meant to be, May replied in a jolly tone of voice. She was acting much happier now, even if it was completely forced and the life in her eyes was still gone. Fantastic. Now get back out there and have some fun, your eye, she cheered, as she danced out the trailer heading back to the carnival. Butler chuckled to himself, feeling very proud as he closed the door. Meanwhile, Max and Brock, who were having fun on some carnival rides, had eventually joined up with Ash, who was now out of costume, taking a well-deserved break. After feeling dizzy from a few of the rides, they sat down on a bench to relax. So May must still be going around the place as a clown, said Brock, asking on her whereabouts yet. She must be, 'cause I haven't seen her most of the day. She took off after feeling down about getting her role as a clown wrong, but she comes back later and now she's showing off tricks I never knew she had in her. It's a pretty amazing switch from what she was like earlier, Pika replied Pikachu in agreement with him. What kind of stuff was she doing then? Ash asked Maximum. I know my sister, and I know she's never been the most flexible person in the world. She was twirling, spinning, and dancing around the place like an expert. She was even making balloon Pokemon like she had been doing it all her life. Whoa, now that doesn't sound like the kind of things she would be doing. Are you sure it wasn't just a different clown? She did have a lot of white face paint on her, and most clowns wear that stuff. It was definitely May for sure. It's pretty easy to tell who it is under the face paint, and the costume was the same one she was wearing. How odd indeed, replied Max, thinking deeply about it. Just then a big pyre appeared right before Ash's eyes and slammed right into his face. Pikachu jumped off his shoulder just in time to avoid being hit. Gaia cried out a familiar voice, as the boys turned around to see who it was. It was May who was laughing at her antics and skipped off to continue going around the carnival maze. "Hey, come back," Max cried out, as he chased after her. Hey, May waited, followed Brock, as he ran off to catch her as well. Ash just watched in a state of confusion, covered completely in cream pie all over his face. "May, come back here a sec," Max called, as he and Brock continued to chase her. May looked back, giggling, as she skipped and twirled around the place. Eventually, she stopped and kneeled down to Max's height. Max and Brock stopped to catch their breath, as May got closer to her brother. Her state of mind didn't even recognize Max, as her brother, and treated him like any other child around the carnival. "What would you like then, little boy?" she asked in a soft and gentle tone of voice. "It's me. I know just what you would like. A special balloon Pokemon just for you." May then took a couple of balloons out of her big pocket and began to start shaping them up into a balloon. "Jigglypuff, here you go, little guy. It's a Jigglypuff balloon just for you." She handed it over to a speechless Max, who was shocked at what she just did. She skipped on over to Brock. "For you, sir, a flower," she said, handing over a single daisy to him. Brock didn't even have the time to react, as May squeezed it and water shot out, hitting him in the face. May laughed at him and fell back on the floor, continuing to do so. It almost sounded genuine, if a bit forced. "Let's play again sometime. Goodbye now," she said, and honked her rubber nose before jetting off. Max tried to hold in, giggling at the noise the rubber nose made. Ash had caught up with them, with most of the cream pie now off his face. "Hey, guys, did you find her?" Yeah, we did," replied Max, just looking confused. "I guess she's super into her role now," replied Brock. "I can't understand how she got good enough to be that acrobatic and make amazing balloon Pokemon in just a short span of time. Maybe she has been keeping that talent hidden after all." Max pondered. "Whatever it is, she's pretty good at being a clown now. Hopefully, we can meet up with her later and ask about it," said Ash. "Hey, wait a sec," said Brock, who just remembered something. "There's that circus happening tonight at the tent before Butler's next magic show. Maybe she's going to be taking part in that tonight as well." "Good thinking, Brock. We'll watch it tonight and see if my sister shows up," replied Max. "She's probably really busy getting ready for it later on." "Sounds like a plan then," said Ash. "Let's head on over there tonight and catch up with her afterwards." The day progressed as expected, with May continuing in her role. She was forced to play without ever taking a break. She showed no signs of stopping, unless she was ordered to. Eventually, the clock struck 5 p.m. and May headed immediately back to the trailer, as instructed. She quickly arrived and opened the trailer door, where Butler was waiting. "Amazing, welcome back," he said happily. Like a flick of a switch, the jolly and cheerful May went back to acting like her previous monotone, robotic state of mind. "Now then, let's head on over to the tent. The ringmaster of the circus is awaiting us." "Yes, master." They both made it to the tent where the ringmaster awaited. Hello there, Butler, and your partner Maisie, is it?" "Hello there, sir, and yes, this is indeed Maisie," he replied, and shook his hand with the ringmaster. May remained in a lifeless state, staring blankly at the ringmaster. "Don't be shy now, my dear. Say hello," Butler told her in a friendly manner, even though to him it was an instruction. "Hello," she replied, now switched back to being jolly. "Why, hello there to you as well. Thank you so much for helping me out tonight. We could really use your help." "Leave it to Maisie, sir. She'll put on a show and the likes you have never seen before. Minnie, she's so good that all she will need is just one practice run." Why, she'll be asked for an encore. I just know it. Fantastic. So then, Maisie, let me show you exactly what you're going to be doing tonight, said the ringmaster. I'll stick around, if that's okay, said Butler. Maisie might want me around for some encouragement whilst you teach her. That's fine with me, replied the ringmaster with a smile. As he began to show May the acts she would be doing, Butler chuckled to himself. He felt proud that the ringmaster had no idea on what he had done to May to get her where she was now. The evening arrived and the circus was just about to begin. It was a full house with not a single seat left open. Ash and the gang waited patiently with popcorn in hand, waiting to see if May was going to show up. The lights then dimmed and the ringmaster appeared in the center of the tent with the spotlight shining down on him. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, welcome to tonight's circus. We've got a great show lined up for you all tonight, so prepare yourselves for some spectacular acts. So without further ado, the show, the audience clapped as he left the ring and the acts commenced. The show had a variety of acts throughout, such as the human cannonball, artistic cycling, fire dancing, pantomime, much more. The crowd were in awe watching the highly trained professionals show all their skills. So when do you think May is gonna show up? Max asked. Probably towards the end, I would assume. It's just gone past the halfway point and still no sign of her, replied Brock. Well, whenever she shows up, seeing what she's been working towards should be good, said Ash, hopeful of seeing her. Before the next act began, the ringmaster appeared again. Before we begin our next act, I'd like to inform you all that sadly one of our performers couldn't make it tonight, as she has fallen ill. But never fear, because a very kind volunteer has stepped in and has shown us some truly amazing skills. Prepare to be amazed, because it's going to be spectacular. Butler, who watched from the shadows, chuckled to himself. Oh, they will be indeed. My creation is going to be a hit. I can see the money just rolling in now, he said to himself quietly. The lights dimmed as the next act began. It started out with a man acting the role of a boy sitting down on the floor looking sad. The spotlight shone on him, showing the audience the sadness he was conveying. He had a big colorful bouncy ball and was playing by himself. The speakers played the sound of children playing together, which was telling the story of a lonely boy who had no friends to play with. Just then something from above was slowly descending from above the tent, and the actor looked up as well as the audience. It looked like a person descending downwards in a recognizable cloud jet that the audience remembered throughout the day. Ash and friends gasped as they now realized who the person was. There was May descending down the tent, attached to a system of pulleys and straps like a puppet. Look, there she is, Max said as quiet as he could. It's definitely May. May was playing the role of a clown marionette as part of an acrobatics act where the story was about a puppet becoming friends with a lonely boy. The pulley system put May on the ground and she walked to the actor stiffly like a puppet would walk. She tapped the actor on the shoulder, which prompted him to turn around and be shocked by her. May had the permanent smile fixed on her face and seemed to never blink, keeping in character of what a puppet would be. The pulley system raised her up and she began to twirl around in midair in a series of impressive acrobatics. She was put back on the ground and raised her arms out stiffly and was trying to tell the actor without any dialogue to throw the ball to her. The actor did just that and they both began to throw the ball back and forth, with May doing more acrobatics whilst she played with him. The actor playing the boy was showing happiness and was often being playfully tricked by May's antics. She would make him think someone was behind him or even pretend to not give him back the ball. Her antics made the audience laugh except for Max, who was more fascinated than anything else. Then the police were dragging May back into the air as she waved goodbye to the actor. The actor didn't want her to go and pulled her back down and removed the straps connecting her to the wires, as if it were to break her free from her strings. May collapsed to the floor and sat motionless for a few seconds. She then jolted up on her feet and began to dance around the stage. She did her series of twirls and spins and even interacted with some of the audience as she skipped on over to the seats. She then got on a nearby unicycle and juggled some balls whilst she rode on it. The audience clapped and cheered loudly, feeling impressed with her skills. Ash, Brock, Max and Pikachu were speechless as they watched in amazement. "Okay, she could never have done this before. How on earth is this happening?" exclaimed Max. "No idea, but this is nuts. How on earth is she this good?" Ash replied, with Pikachu replying, "Officially have no explanation anymore," said Brock, struggling on finding the words to say to end the act. May pointed towards the tightrope up above, showing the actor what she was going to do next. She climbed up the pole and started to walk across the tightrope like an expert. The audience continued to cheer whilst Ash and friends had their jaws wide open in complete disbelief. May then stood on one foot and spread her arms out to keep in balance. The smile never left her face and was still constantly making sure she pleased Butler and the ringmaster. She eventually came back down and danced towards the center of the ring. May honked her rubber nose just in time with the ending of the circus music playing in the background, thus ending the act. The audience stood up from their chairs, clapping and cheering louder than ever. Ash and the others couldn't even muster to get up at all, still in amazement at what they had just seen their friend perform. The ringmaster headed back onto the stage and stood next to May. "Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, give it up for Maisie the Clown," he cried. "Maisie the Clown," Max called out in shock. "That must be her stage name," Brock replied. "Never expected that, but it in the works, I guess," said Ash. Pikachu agreed. "What an amazing performance, folks. Look forward to seeing Maisie once again tonight at the Great Butler's Magic Show, where she will be his trusty assistant. Give it up once more for Maisie." The audience's cheers got louder than ever, and Butler, still in the shadows, felt very pleased with May's performance. "Fantastic. She's turned out just the way I wanted her. There is absolutely no way I'll be giving her up now. That girl is fully under my power and nobody suspects a thing. Maisie is a gold mine that I will keep forever." He started to laugh to himself manically at his success, unheard by anyone through the loud applause. He was dead set on making Maisie a household name for the rest of his career. To a close, and May was the star of the show. The audiences were speaking amongst themselves as they left the tent about how amazing they thought she was. Butler's magic show was set to begin within an hour, so everybody had a chance to get some fresh air whilst the tent was being prepared for the show. Ash, Brock, Pikachu and Max were the last ones in the tent, hoping to try and find May. Butler noticed they were still hanging around and walked on over to them. "You kids still here, I see," he said. "Yeah, we were hoping to catch up with May before the show started, just to congratulate her," replied Ash. "We haven't seen much of her all day, so would it be okay to see her?" asked Brock. Butler had a feeling they would ask about May. He was determined to make sure nobody was suspicious about what he was doing, so he responded in a flash, "I'm sorry, but May is very busy right now." Lots of preparation is needed for her to get ready for the show, and she can't be disturbed, but she's our friend. She probably appreciate getting to see us before the show, said Ash. I understand that, Ash, but show business is a very busy process. She understands that and said that she will catch up with you as soon as the show is over, okay? Ash and the others looked disappointed. Max was especially annoyed because he had so much he wanted to ask her about how on earth she got so acrobatic. Ash suddenly realized something and spoke up. Hey, Butler. You had 2 clowns in your previous show, so I still need to do my part right. You said you needed some replacements and May wasn't the only one. Blast, I completely forgot about this brat, he thought to himself. I don't need his help anymore, now that Maisie is the only clown I need. But if I take him away, then his friends will get too suspicious and my plans will eventually be ruined. I can't afford to lose my gold mine and give her back to her friends. If I'm going to keep her in my services, then I need to settle this tonight, Butler asks Ash, wondering why the few moments of silence. Oh, I'm sorry there. I just realized something about the show. We won't be needing your assistance after all. What? But why? Because some of the tricks I'll be performing tonight won't require you both. Based on you and May's performance, I feel that she will be best suited for tonight's show. Really? Aw man, Pikachu, replied Pikachu, disappointed in his response. Show business is a tough road. Trust me, it was very difficult to pick between you both, as the both of you are so good, but in the end only one is required tonight, and after being the judge I have had to go along with May. I'm sorry, Ash. No, it's okay. I understand where my true talents lie. Mine is to be the world's greatest Pokemon master, he said, beginning to feel proud of himself. I won't stop until I accomplish my true goal, but thanks for giving me a chance, sir. It was a lot of fun. Thank you for understanding, Ash. I wish you the very best of luck in your journey. I'll be waiting for you to appear in the Pokemon League. Butler smiled, not only to keep his cover intact, but at the same time he did slightly admire his determination. Ash reminded him of when he was his age. So we can see May after the show for sure, right? Asks Max, starting to feel impatient. Of course, Max the Great, she has said she will see you immediately afterwards, so don't worry. Okay then, he replied with a sigh. Then we have a lot of work to do, kids, so I'll need you to step outside while we prepare. See you later on. Sure, okay. Looking forward to watching you and May again, said Ash with a smile as the group headed outside. Butler started walking backstage to find May, feeling relieved he had got rid of the kids. Now the show can go on without a problem. After tonight, Maisie will be mine forever. Butler found May standing perfectly still in one spot backstage whilst crew members were carrying out equipment to put on the stage. The bells on her costume jingled as she turned around to face Butler walking towards her. Aw, there you are, Maisie, my number 1 clown. You were truly amazing out there. May didn't respond and just continued to stare lifelessly at him, awaiting an order. Let's head back to the trailer quickly and go over plans. So coming up, follow me. My dear Diane, who had been busy all day preparing for the show, appeared backstage and caught up with Butler. Hello dear, how are preparations going? She asked. Everything is going just fine, Diane. You missed out on an amazing circus. May here is a truly gifted individual and stole the show you performed in the circus. Diane asks, looking at May. Being asked a question from somebody else from Butler triggered May into acting happy and jolly. Yes. I was the best clown ever in the circus, she replied enthusiastically. I took over for somebody who was feeling sick. Oh, I see. Well, I'm sure you were brilliant out there. Thank you very much for helping out with that in our magic show. We really appreciate all your hard work. She smiled. Thank you, May replied and did a jumping twirl. Diane, I need to head back to the trailer with Maisie really quickly. I shall rejoin you shortly. Okay then. See you both very soon, she said, then walked off to go and help set the stage up. May then went back to being monotone and looked towards Butler. Well then, Maisie, let's go to the trailer now. Yes, master, she replied and walked behind him inside the trailer. He instructed May on how she would make her entrance and what she would need to bring out on stage for his magic acts. Before heading back out, he remembered he had to make sure he found a way to keep May to himself after the carnival would be over. Knowing everything would be packing up and leaving in the morning, he then started to get serious with her. Now listen to me, Maisie. After tonight's show, we will be leaving this place to go traveling around the world to do our shows for many other people. With your amazing performance today, I have decided that you will be staying as my clown forever. Of all the clowns I've ever worked with, you are the greatest one I have ever known and really want you to stay with us. I know you must have your own goals being with your friends and brother, but the time has come for you to say goodbye to them. You are a clown now, and your destiny is to entertain thousands of people throughout the world. He took a deep breath before speaking again. No response came from May, as she obediently listened to his every word. He took out his poke ball containing Curlia, ready to deepen his grip on her. Come on out, Curlia, he said, this time sounding more serious than enthusiastic. He opened the ball and Curlia was released. It was looking a little bit puffed out. Curlia, my friend, I need your help one last time today. Maisie is taking part in our show and needs your assistance. Curlia, it replied, not feeling all that good. It got on with it and cast its hypnosis on May once again. May bended down slightly and her arms raised upwards a little, as Curlia was increasing its hypnosis on her. Listen carefully, Maisie. It's about your two friends and your little brother Max. I want you to completely forget about them and focus on your new life as a clown for me. If they ask about you going back with them, then you will tell them that you are going to travel with me for a little while to improve your skills as a clown. You will tell them that you will rejoin them again when I can find other clowns. But you already know that you will stay with me forever to be Maisie the clown for the rest of your days. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Master, May responded. I'm Maisie the clown now and will leave my friends and brother Max to be with you. Excellent. Curlia, you may stop now. Curlia stopped its hypnosis and was starting to wobble around a bit. Now then, Maisie and Curlia, let's get back to, but before he could finish his sentence, Curlia then collapsed on the floor and passed out. Curlia? Curlia, Butler cried and picked up his Pokemon, feeling really worried. Curlia, Curlia, please open your eyes. Curlia opened its eyes weakly and tried to move. Kiki, oh no, this is terrible. We need to get you help and quick. Just then Diane came rushing into the trailer, slamming the door open as she came in. Butler, what's wrong? I heard you calling out just now. What's going on? She saw Curlia in his arms. Deacon rushed over to his side. Oh no, what's wrong with Curlia? Curlia, are you alright? Butler's mental state was all over the place. He was scared for his friend and didn't even realize that it was his own fault. He didn't consider that Curlia would tire out from using its new hypnosis ability too much. At the same time, he was dead set on making sure the magic show was a success, but without Curlia being able to do it, he was lost. Butler, what happened to Curlia? How did it get like this? Diane asked. I have no idea. We were just about to get ready for the show and it just suddenly fainted. What am I going to do now? Curlia looked upon Butler with a sad look, knowing that what its friend had asked was too much for it to handle. Deep inside its heart it felt terrible for making May a slave for Butler and wanted to show anger towards him. But it was too tired out to do so and felt scared about how Butler would react. Butler just looked at it in a state of confusion. He had gone so mad with power that he was no longer thinking straight. Butler, I'll stay here and look after Curlia. You need to get ready and put on the magic show, she told him, but Diane, I need you. Without you or Curlia, what am I going to do without my helpful assistance? Diane then just realized that May was in the trailer as well. She was so focused on what was wrong with Curlia that she didn't notice her. What about May, she said, and stood up holding Curlia in her hands to talk with May. May, I know you've been really busy already today, but can I be a pest and ask for your help on this one? I hate to ask when you have enough on your plate, but would you be okay with taking over the roles Curlia and I do? We have separate acts, so you won't need to play double roles. May just stood there, still in a slanted posture, staring blankly forwards. May, are you alright, she asked, looking concerned. You seem to be a bit lost. Butler dashed towards May and immediately took action. Please, could you help us out? I'll show you what you need to do, he asked, knowing full well she would agree. May triggered into her jolly state of mind. Yes. I'll help you, she replied cheerfully. Diane wanted to say thanks but found her behavior quite strange. Her reaction and behavior, something about it seemed quite unnatural. She didn't look concerned at all for Curlia and looked really out of it. Is something the matter? Oh, thank you so much, my dear. We are eternally grateful for your assistance today. We must leave at once and get prepared for the show. Okay. Let's go, she replied and did the spin. Diane was still watching May, not feeling entirely convinced that she was alright. Thank you, Diane. As soon as this is over, I'll get back to Curlia right away and do what I can. Okay then. Good luck, you two. Curlia will be just fine, so don't worry too much. I'll take good care of it, Diane replied, trying to give Butler some encouragement. Thank you. Let's go, Maisie the clown, and get this show ready. Yay, showtime. They both left the trailer and headed off back towards the tent. Diane sat down with Curlia, still thinking about the situation. It's okay, Curlia, I'm right here for you, she said, smiling. Curlia, it replied weakly. Time passed and the audience were all sat back in their seats, eagerly waiting for the show to begin. Ash, Brock and Pikachu were excited to watch it again, mainly for how May would take part. Max wanted to feel the same but still couldn't shake the feeling that something felt off. The boys looked towards him, wondering what was up with him. Aren't you excited to see May perform again, Max? She's been amazing tonight, so cheer up. She'll need you to cheer her on, Brock told him. Yeah, I know, but I feel like something is wrong and it's really bugging me. Like what? Asks Ash. I dunno. I just feel like something isn't quite right. Maybe you're just feeling impatient on finding out how your sister was so talented. It won't be long till we can see her again, and then you can ask all the questions you need to, replied Brock. I guess I'm just not sure. Just then the lights dimmed and an announcer was heard on the Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, give it up for the greatest magician you've ever seen. Here's the great butler along with his faithful sidekick Macy the clown. The audience cheered and clapped as loud as they could as they saw Butler and May walk onto the stage. They were both smiling at everybody and waving their arms to say hello. "Look, there she is," said Ash excitedly. Picker replied Pikachu happily and waved towards her. "She's looking pretty happy out there. She's bound to put on a great show," said Brock. Max didn't say anything and just clapped. "Welcome everybody once again to the great Butler's Magic Show," Butler called out. "Tonight we've got an even greater amount of tricks up our sleeves, even better than the previous night. For those new to the show, don't worry, because some of our most spectacular tricks will get another showing tonight. But before we begin, I'd like to make an announcement. Unfortunately, my lovely assistant Diane and my good friend Curly are unable to perform tonight due to some unexpected events, but do not worry. They will be just fine and are with you all in spirit. But tonight we have the one and only Maisie the Clown to help us out in their absence. Please give this amazing clown the applause she deserves." The audience did just that and even rose from their chairs to root her on. May waved at the audience and did a few spins on the spot. "Thank you, everybody. I'll do my best," she said cheerfully. "Now then, let's get on with the show," Butler called out, and the show got well underway. Just as Butler had hoped, the show went on well without any issues. May was doing exactly as instructed for each act and never once got anything wrong in the short time she had to practice. The audience were giving the biggest applause for all the acts May was a part of, as she was the most impressive to them. Meanwhile, back in the trailer, Diane sat quietly with Curly, who was fast asleep on her lap. She was still pondering about what caused it to get this tired, as well as May's behavior. "I may be overthinking all this, but what if both of these events are somehow connected? Am I just getting ahead of myself, or is there perhaps some truth to it all?" The trailer door opened and a crew member came in to check up on the both of them. "Hey, how you holding up here?" Some of the guys spread the word that Curly wasn't feeling too good, so I came to see if you were okay. "Thank you," she replied. "Curly is just taking a rest. Hopefully, it'll be okay once it wakes up. Poor little thing. Wonder what exactly happened to it. I don't know. But I can't help shake the feeling that something is going on and that it isn't good." Just then Curly opened its eyes, noticing Diane and the staff member. "Hey Curly, how are you feeling?" Diane asked it till it replied with a faint smile. "We are all here for you and will do what we can to help you feel better," she replied, smiling back. Curly then looked towards the staff member and then got an idea. It sighed, knowing that it didn't want to do what it planned on doing. What's wrong? Curlia asked the staff member. Curlia looked towards Diane and tried to ask her to watch what it was going to do. Are you okay, Curlia? Are you trying to tell me why you got tired out? Diane asked. It nodded its head and turned its attention towards the staff member. Curlia's focus was purely on him and started to use the strength it had left to use its hypnosis on him. Curlia? What are you doing? Asked Diane, feeling quite shocked. Curlia stopped using its hypnosis on the staff man and he began to fall asleep. It then looked towards Diane, still in complete shock, and tried to explain to her what Butler had been up to. No longer could it hold back and went full out on the truth. The guilt it felt was too much for it to bear. Curlia, what are you trying to say? Diane asked, not understanding its Bachman language. Curlia desperately tried to make her understand by also using its hands to explain the situation. It took some time, but Diane was now starting to slowly piece together things. So you can use hypnosis now, and you were using it on somebody? But who was it? May's strange behavior earlier. No, it couldn't be. Curlia, did you hypnotize that girl to enhance her abilities? Curlia, it replied, and then looked downwards, feeling really sad. Diane could tell that Curlia wasn't happy about doing what it did and started to piece together something else. You didn't want to do this, so somebody made you do this to poor May? It nodded its head without saying anything. Diane's eyes widened as she thought about who could have done it. No, please, no. Don't tell me it was Butler. Curlia nodded its head again and drifted off back to sleep, feeling tired from using its powers again. Diane remained silent for a few seconds, shocked that the man she had been childhood friends with would do such a thing. She didn't want to believe it, but knew denying so wouldn't solve saving May. This isn't happening, she said to herself. She then slapped the staff man to snap him out of Curlia's hypnosis. What was that for, Diane, and what's going on? I'll explain later. I really need you to watch Curlia for me. Something wrong is happening and I need to go and sort it out, please. Sure, okay, he replied and stood up. You feel all right, Diane? You look really worried. I'll be back soon. Please keep watch, she said, and charged out of the trailer, heading towards the tent. Butler, what is wrong with you? Meanwhile, the magic show was coming to a close. The final act was about to begin, which was the exploding box trick from the previous night. Thank you, everybody, for being such a wonderful audience this evening. We shall end tonight with the greatest trick I have up my sleeve. May came onto the stage, pushing a big box onto the stage. She was just about to head backstage when Butler stopped her for a second. My amazing assistant Maisie the Clown will be taking part in trying to escape the burning box, in which she will escape the box before it bursts into flames. May cheered, clapping her hands, and skipped on over to the box. She sat inside it and Butler sealed it up. Dusclops, step forward, he called, as his Dusclops walked on stage. Being that Maisie is amazing at everything she does, she will have no problem escaping the box before it is destroyed by Dusclops' hyper beam. She will only have 10 seconds to escape, so let's begin the countdown. As the countdown began, the audience were getting tensed up. Ash and Max already knew how the trick worked but was looking forward to the result nonetheless. Brock was the most excited out of them, even if he had watched it already. Butler was pumping up the audience, getting louder as each number went down. 4, 3, 2, stop. Stop, the show called out a voice from behind the curtain. Butler stopped and turned around to see Diane running on the stage. Butler was lost for words and tried to convince the audience this was part of the show. Well, it seems my lovely assistant Diane has made a special guest appearance for the show's finale. Give her a round of applause, he said nervously. What is she doing here? Can't this wait? Diane rushed over to the box and opened it up to reveal May still sitting inside and got her on her feet. The audience looked in a state of confusion as all their excitement faded away. Butler was now beginning to panic, as he had worked out why Diane had let May out. Everybody listen to me, Diane called out with a look of sadness on her face. This girl is not in the right state of mind at all. Diane, what are you doing? Butler asked, now beginning to shake. Diane pointed her finger towards Butler with a look of rage on her face. That man has put this girl in a deep hypnosis, forcing her to be his slave. Our friend Curly was forced to hypnotize her. The audience were deeply shocked, as well as Ash's group, who immediately rushed on over to their friend. You've gone mad, Butler. Ever since Curly learned that ability, you have become obsessed with power, and now you have led Curly to the point of exhaustion. It couldn't cope with its powers, and you've made it feel so guilty for its actions. What is wrong with you? Butler was speechless now, in a state where his friend, since childhood, was now against him. Down upon him angrily, and his Pokemon walked away backstage, feeling disappointed in him. His emotions were building up, thinking about all the events that had transpired. No, what have I done? He yelled, as he collapsed to the ground, clenching his hands on his head. May cried out at his group, as they got on stage to help May. May stood there lifelessly like a doll and didn't react to anything around her. May, it's us. Wake up, said Ash, waving his hand in front of her. There was no response. He took her by the shoulders and shook her back and forth. May still didn't react to anything, no matter how hard Ash tried. Max was enraged and walked on over to Butler, who was in a state of despair. I knew that something was wrong. What have you done to my sister? Why won't she wake up? He shouted angrily. Butler looked towards Max but couldn't muster up any words to respond with. Give back my sister, he demanded, feeling the verge to punching him. Max, calm down, said Brock, and held him back from doing anything reckless. He turned his attention to Butler and looked angry as well. Do something about this, he said firmly. Your reputation is already damaged, so don't damage yourself anymore for the sake of others. Butler knew Brock was right. He had already lost his audience's respect and even Diane's. The woman who he had been friends with since childhood was also the woman he now had romantic feelings for. If he lost her, then he would be truly alone. He stood up and started to confess towards everybody. Everybody, what you see and have heard is all true. I did force Curly to hypnotize this girl and enhance her abilities through complete obedience to me. I've been feeling ashamed of myself lately. After last night's fiasco with Team Rocket and losing more clowns, the stress got to me. So many times we have lost many talented people, and I just couldn't take it anymore. So, when my friend Curly learned hypnosis and I saw that May here was having trouble, I wanted to help her. So I hypnotized her to make her better. but the power of having somebody at my command got to me, and I lost sight of myself and became corrupt. I want to undo the wrongs I've done, so please. Butler was about to shed a tear but tried to hold it in. Diane knew what he had done was completely wrong and was angry at him, but deep down she could tell he was being genuine. She knew he was going through a lot of stress, as she had seen it throughout the months of shows they put on. Please, will you give me the chance to undo what I have done? He asked everybody in the tent. The audience spoke amongst themselves with mixed feelings about what was happening. Max, however, nodded his head, agreeing to Butler's request. Fine. But please get my sister back to normal, Max the Great. I promise you I will make things right. Butler took a few minutes break to return to the trailer to get Curlia. Ash and Max went along with him whilst Diane and Brock stayed with May. Curlia opened its eyes to see Butler walk in and immediately hesitated to look at him. Curlia, I understand now that what I have done was wrong. I forced you into doing something you didn't want to do and have tired you out to the point of exhaustion. I feel like the worst friend ever. Curlia was surprised to hear him feel guilty for what he had done. It turned to look at him and could see the guilt in his eyes. I promise you that I will never do this to you ever again. From now on I'll wait the normal way for a new clown to help us in future shows. I'll never force it upon people ever again. Nobody should be forced into becoming something they are obeyed to do. They have the choice to do what they can. So please, Curlia, can you ever forgive me? Curlia felt the truth in his words and felt like that its friend had finally woken up and seen the light. It managed to walk on its own 2 feet and jumped into his arms, cuddling him. You forgive me? Curlia, it replied happily, meaning that it said yes. Tears of joy began to stream down Butler's face as he cuddled his Pokemon. I'm so sorry, he sobbed. Curlia, it replied with a tear in its eye. Ash and Max smiled, knowing that Butler was now back to being himself. In order to fix this mess I've caused, I need your help one last time. Curlia, Butler told it. Curlia, it replied, knowing what he was going to say. I need you to break May out of the hypnosis and return her to normal. Can you do that? Curlia, fantastic. Now everybody, let's get back and fix this. Got it, replied both Ash and Max. As they headed back to the tent, Butler and the others returned to the stage with Curlia in tow, ready to finally fix things. Butler, Curlia, said Diane in relief, knowing that Butler was going to keep true to his word. Everybody in the audience, once again I apologize for the monster I have been and will now show my apologies by getting May back to her normal state. Curlia, do you think? Curlia, it replied happily and gracefully danced its way over to May, who was still standing lifelessly. Curlia, now energized with hope, concentrated on May and began to chant in front of her. May's attention was focused on Curlia as Butler walked on over to instruct May one last time. Maisie, no. May. When I snap my fingers at the count of 3, you will return to your normal self. Maisie, the clown is over now and the girl you once were will return. 1, 2, 3. He snapped his fingers and Curlia finished chanting. The life had completely returned to May's eyes and she jumped, seeing the audience and realizing she was on the stage. Where am I and what's going on? She cried in a state of shock. May. You're back, cheered Max, as he went to cuddle his sister happily. Back? What's going on here? What am I doing in the tent? It's a long story, May. We'll explain later, once the audience has finished cheering for you. Ash smiled and pointed to her, the audience, who clapped and cheered for her and Butler. May had no idea what was going on and looked really confused. She turned around to see everyone else smile at her, give them a wave, May. We'll explain everything afterwards, Diane insisted. Oh, okay, she replied. She waved at the audience and began to smile. Thank you, she called out, even if she still didn't know what to think. Diane looked towards Butler and smiled at him. Diane, I'm so sorry for everything I've done. I lost sight of myself and became somebody I'm not. You must hate me, right? Diane walked closer to him and took his hand. What you did was wrong, Butler. But at least you realized your mistakes before it was too late and corrected them. I'm just happy the butler I know is back. I have you to thank, Diane. If it were not for you and Curlia, then I would have gone down the wrong path. Thank you for stopping me. The both of them hugged each other happily, as Ash and the others smiled, for the morning had arrived and the carnival had come to an end. Butler had already had a private chat with May to explain everything that had happened since yesterday. She was furious for him controlling her, but after his deepest apologies she eventually forgave him. She rejoined Ash, Brock, Max and Pikachu with a bouquet of flowers in hand. Did Butler give those to you? Asked Ash. Yet. It was his way of saying sorry for everything he's done, and as thanks for helping him, even if I have no memory of anything that's happened. So many hours of my life gone, and I wish I knew what I was doing. Well, I remember you throwing a cream pie in Ash's face. It was actually pretty funny, now that I think about it, said Max, beginning to chuckle. Oh, Max, don't you bring that up, said Ash, feeling really embarrassed. Then afterwards you used one of those fake-out flowers to squirt water in Brock's face. Max was now beginning to properly laugh. Wait, I did all that, replied May in shock. Max couldn't stop laughing and then remembered something else. That rubber nose you had on was funny as well. When you squeezed it at me. May was fascinated by what she told her and then remembered something she had in her pocket. She took it out and smiled at Max. Oh, you mean this one, she said, showed him the rubber nose she had gone from yesterday and squeezed it. To him making a honk noise. Max collapsed on the floor and laughed harder than ever before. Ash, Pikachu and Brock laughed too, seeing Max laugh, which eventually led to May joining in as well. After everything at the carnival was packed up onto the trucks, the kids were standing by Butler and Diane's truck. Butler and Diane were looking out the window, speaking with them. Well, it's been fun, but it's time for us to move on. We've got plenty more shows to do, said Butler. We'll be setting off now, Ash replied. It's been fun despite the mess that's now been sorted. Thanks to you and your crew for making this a fun break for us. The pleasure is ours, guys. We hope you can come again soon one day and watch our show. We look forward to it, replied Brock. Let's make the next time we meet up even better, said Max. If you need my help to be Maisie the Clown next time, then just say the word, said May, giving a friendly wink to him. But let's do it the normal way next time, okay? You have my word, May. I'm a better man now and I have all of you to thank. No problem, Butler. You and Diane take care. Good luck with your futures, everyone, said Diane. I'll look forward to our next encounter. The truck's engine began to start, set to take the lead for all the other drivers with their trucks. Butlers began to drive away and he and Diane waved out the window. Goodbye, Ash, Pikachu, May, Brock and Max the Great. Until we meet again, goodbye, replied the others, as they watched all the trucks drive away, taking the carnival with them. They kept on waving till they were out of sight. Well, I suppose we better get going too, said Ash. Lead the way, Ash. To our next adventure, replied May happily, as they all headed off in the opposite direction to continue their journey. As Butler and Diane drove away, they looked back at the empty field where the carnival once stood. It's only been for a little while, but I'm already starting to miss those kids, said Diane, recollecting on the events that transpired. As will I, Diane. As will I, replied Butler in a soft tone of voice, also thinking back on everything. But one thing, however, stood out in his mind. Many weeks had passed since the events of the carnival, and Ash's journey with his friends continued as normal. Ash won another gym badge in his quest to enter the Hone Pokemon League, and May had earned her next ribbon in another Pokemon contest to become the best Pokemon coordinator. Sometimes, however, May would have some strange instances where she faded out and woke up not knowing what was going on. When it came to some random evenings, those moments lasted longer, but she would always wake up still in her sleeping bag, not even knowing it happened. As time went on, these fade outs would grow worse each time. When it happened, a different personality was within her mind. That personality would be wearing colorful clothing and have a cheerful attitude. Sometimes a certain person would appear in those moments as well. Someone who she felt like she had to listen to and obey every command that person made. Small pieces of her mind would slowly fade as time progressed, completely unaware that she would become something else. The end. Coordinator May, along with her younger brother Max, had both been on a long and memorable journey with their friends Ash Ketchum and Brock. After an explosive last battle with Ash at the Terracotta Town Pokemon contest in Kanto, May decided that she would end her journey with Ash and Brock so that she could continue her own in the Johto region. After saying goodbye to their friends, May and Max returned back to Hone via ferry, reflecting on their adventures as they left Kanto. May and Max returned home to Petalburg City for some much-needed rest before May would set out again. The siblings' father Norman, the Petalburg City gym leader, and their mother Caroline were delighted to have them home after not seeing them for a while. They had been eager to hear about May and Max's adventures, but they had to wait till morning, as they were both headed straight for bed feeling completely exhausted. It was morning and the sun was shining brightly, creeping its way into May's room from the edges of her window blind. The sound of Pidgeys could be heard from outside, which woke her up. Man, it feels so weird to be back in my own bed again. I've missed it. May turned around in her bed so she could get more comfortable. But as she did, she then suddenly heard the sound of bells jingling. Hold on a second. What was that? She got from under her bed covers and jumped at the sight of what she was wearing. Instead of her pajamas, she was wearing a very familiar outfit from when she was involved with the Great Butler's magic show during her adventures. Back then, May and her friends had watched a magic show owned by a man named Butler. He always had at least 2 assistant clowns on his show, but he had lost each person who did the job for different reasons. May offered to help him out by being a clown assistant herself, but it resulted in Butler growing mad with power, and he ended up hypnotizing her to be his obedient clown forever. He soon realized his mistake and freed May from his control. She eventually forgave Butler and even offered to help him should they ever cross paths again. I don't remember putting this on, she cried, getting freaked out. I know I'm no sleepwalker, and I'm not starting that now. Suddenly realizing that her family might have just heard her speak out loud, she tried to keep as quiet as possible. Okay, keep calm. Maybe you were actually sleepwalking. Yet, that's what it is. She was moving around a lot, which was making the bells on her neck collar jingle frantically. She realized that the noise they were making could be enough for someone to hear her, so she froze in place. I got to get this off before somebody notices. She very carefully swapped out her clown outfit to her normal attire and sat on her bed to calm down. Well, at least nobody came in and heard a noise. But just what on earth was that? She sighed heavily and headed straight to the dining room to join her family for breakfast. "Ah, good morning, May," said Caroline, putting breakfast on the table as May entered. "Did you sleep well?" asked Norman, who was already sat at the table. "Yeah, I did, thanks," she replied nervously. Caroline and Norman immediately noticed that she seemed a little off. "Something the matter, dear?" asked Caroline. "Oh, it's nothing. Just feeling a bit restless after a nightmare I had last night." "Sorry to hear that. Hopefully, some breakfast will cheer you up," replied Norman. "Thanks, Mum and Dad." May gave a little smile and sat down to eat her slices of toast. Norman and Caroline spent a lot of time during breakfast asking about May and Max's time in Kanto, which was helping to get May's mind off what happened earlier. May had told her parents about her future plans too, which they were both expecting. "Well, it's nice to have you both home again before you set off to Johto," May said. "Norman, have you decided when you'll be going?" "I'm gonna stay here for a few weeks before I do. I thought it would be best to relax and have some time at home first. I've been looking forward to seeing you both again." By Caroline. Take as much time as you need before you set off. Relaxing is a good idea. After all, you both have been through. "I'll make the most of it, Mum. I want to start learning more about how to be a Pokemon trainer," said Max towards his father. "I made the promise to Ash that as soon as I become one, then he and I would battle. So please, could you help teach me?" Norman smiled. "Since you still have some years ahead of you before you can become one, then I guess I can start from the basics," he replied. "Thanks, Dad. I'm gonna do my best and make you proud. When I'm older, I'll be a great gym leader just like you." "I'll look forward to that day, son." Max then turned his attention to May. "So what was up with you earlier, sis? What happened in that nightmare of yours?" May was startled by what he said. Her mood went down, but she still tried to sound like nothing was wrong. "Oh, I don't really remember. I just recall that it was scary." Max wasn't entirely convinced. However, perhaps it was about being chased by a giant tentacruel, or maybe it was a tornado carrying a large group of Sharpedo coming towards you. "Tornado of Sharpedos? That's really dumb even for you," Max sighed. "May, hey, it could possibly happen. Anything is possible in a dream, whatever. Anyway, I don't really remember it." "Well then, don't worry about it," May said. Caroline. "It's all over now and you can think about better things." "Thanks, Mum." After breakfast was over, May headed back to her room to chill out for a little while. It wasn't long before she started thinking about what happened earlier, which dampened her mood. Just what was that earlier? Why the clown costume? I don't recall anything about my dream being about what happened back then. There has to be some reason why I was wearing that UGG. I need some fresh air. May decided to leave the house for a while and go for a walk by herself around town to clear her head. The rest of the family had to go out as well to buy some groceries, so May left before they did. Petalburg City was rather quiet as May walked around the town and through the parks. It was the perfect atmosphere for her to think things over. She tried to mostly reflect on her long journey and what the future would have in store for her. But no matter how much she wanted to black it out, the thought of what happened in the morning kept crawling back in her head. It's probably nothing, she thought, as she sat on a swing at an empty playground. But I can't help but feel worried about it all. I wish Ash and Brock were still here. She had been with those two for a long time, and now that they had gone their separate ways, she really wished that wasn't the case at a time like this. Just then a young girl came to the swings and sat down on the one next to May. "Hi there," she said happily. "Hello to you too," May replied back. "I think I've seen you somewhere before." "You have? When was that?" May had never seen this girl before, so she was quite curious. The girl was silent for a few seconds, as she tried to remember. "Oh wait, now I know. I've seen you on some of the Pokemon contests on TV, May, aren't you?" May had a surprised look on her face. She forgot that some of the Pokemon contests were aired on TV, so she started to get shy. "Yes, that's me. Oh wow, I can't believe I'm actually meeting you. You're like the coolest Pokemon coordinator ever." May was getting even shyer. "Oh come on, I'm not that great." "Of course you are. I wanna be just like you when I grow up and can have my own Pokemon." "Oh, how sweet of you." May's shyness went away and was replaced by happy appreciation from the girl's nice comments. "What's your name?" "My name is Alexandra. But you can just call me Alex." "It's really nice to meet you, Alex. I know that someday you'll be a great Pokemon coordinator with plenty of practice and appreciation for whatever Pokemon you own." "Thank you, May. I can't believe that we live in the same city as each other. This is so cool." May and Alexandra spoke for a good amount of time, talking about contests and what it's like to have Pokemon. May was completely cheered up, as her worries about earlier had gone away from speaking with a fan. Alexandra eventually got off the swing after speaking for ages. "Are you leaving, Alex?" May asked. "Yeah, I got to go now. My mom is waiting for me to join up with her so we can head home." "I loved being able to meet you, May. The pleasure is mine, Alex. Take care now, okay?" That Alexandra left the playground and ran off to meet her mother. After she left, May decided that she was going to leave too. She was a really nice girl. "If we meet up again, then maybe I could show her my Pokemon." Now in much higher spirits, she set off to go and grab some lunch at one of the restaurants in town. The town was quite busy as May entered the main shopping block. It was Saturday, which was the day that most people were around town. Sales were also going on at some clothes shops, which got May's attention. "If I'm going on a new journey, then maybe I should go in a new set of clothes. I've worn these for a long time now, so maybe it's time for a change." May spent the next hour going around clothes shops, hoping to find something suitable for her Johto journey. After shopping at a few of them, she came out with a new set of clothes consisting of a green bandana, a short sleeveless orange tunic with a black collar, black bike shorts, black socks, and a pair of red and white sneakers. "These will do great for my next journey." It's always a good idea to prepare for these things early in advance. Feeling accomplished in her purchases, she finally decided to get some lunch after her stomach started to growl. As she searched for somewhere to eat, May passed by a party shop which displayed a colorful set of outfits at the windows. She looked at the place as she walked, but suddenly came to a halt. Her eyes were fixated on something from inside the store, which was now her only focus. She shut her eyes for a split second and opened them again with a mesmerized look to her face. She didn't speak a word or think about anything else other than what she saw and walked inside the party shop. May walked straight on over to what was a colorful pink and red colored harlequin-styled hat with bells attached and picked it up. Still not thinking about anything else, she then walked on over to the cashier and placed the hat on the till ready to be purchased. "This please," she said to the shop manager at the till. "Certainly," he said cheerfully, and made the purchase for May. He put the hat in the bag for her after scanning it. "Okay then, young lady, that will be keep the change." "Thank you," May replied, placing her money on the till. She took the bag and walked out of the store. "Wait for a second. You've given more than that hat cost. Let me get you some change. Before you go, keep the change." "Thank you," she replied again and left the store. The shop manager was confused by what had happened but ended up keeping the change. Nice girl. Strange but nice. As May walked away from the party shop, she closed her eyes for a split second and opened them again. "Okay then, now to grab something to eat." She sounded a lot more cheerful now, and strangely the thought never crossed her mind to why she brought the harlequin hat in the first place. Eventually she found a good restaurant to eat at and went inside. May treated herself to a meal of pasta bake, which she managed to eat quite fast. She had been feeling starving before coming in, so it took her no time at all to eat the lot. "Man, that really hit the spot. Maybe I could go with the dessert before I leave. Then I won't have to bother Mom about cooking me any dinner tonight. This lunch will fill me right up." She took a look at the dessert menu and felt spoiled by the great choices on offer. "Maybe I should have a chocolate fudge sundae, or a strawberry cheesecake, or maybe the raspberry jelly with cream and strawberries." Man, what to choose? As she kept on looking at other choices, she came across a dessert that caught her immediate attention. Her eyes shut and opened again, and all she could focus on was a custard pie option. She decided to go for it and waited for a waiter to come along. She had the gayest look to her face and nothing else was on her mind but that pie. Finally a waiter arrived. "Have you decided what you would like for dessert, young madam?" he asked. "Custard pie, please," she responded. "An excellent choice. It'll be on the way soon. Change for my bill." "Please take it." May handed out some money for her meal, which was more than what it cost. "Are you sure you want to pay in advance? You might be paying more than what the meal costs. Keep the change." "Please take it, if you insist." "Then thank you for the tip." The waiter was confused but took the money, as May looked quite insistent on him doing so. Whilst May waited for her pie, she suddenly closed her eyes again, this time keeping them shut for longer. May's mind clocked out and sat motionlessly for about 30 seconds before she finally opened her eyes again. May's blank-looking face from earlier was now a much happier-looking one, feeling nothing but pure joy. She got up from her seat and raised her arms up in the air. "It's Maisie time," she called out loudly, which got the attention of everyone else in the restaurant. May didn't even notice that everyone was watching her and sat back down. "Custard pie, custard pie. Come to me, custard pie," she sang to herself. "I have a great idea." Eventually, the waiter arrived with the pie, which got May really excited. "Your pie, madam. I hope you enjoy it." "Thank you, sir." "Oh, you're so polite. The pleasure is mine. You certainly seem a lot more cheerful. I could hear you from the kitchen." "I sure am." May decided to put her plan into action. "Hey mister, can I show you something?" "Show me something?" May slowly reached her hands out towards the pie. "I can see custard, man." With that she forced the pie right into the waiter's face and laughed loudly. Everyone else in the restaurant was shocked by her behavior. Gotcha. May put on her new harlequin hat, grabbed her bags, and ran out of the restaurant as fast as she could get back here this instant, yelled the waiter angrily, but May was already out of sight, cheering as she ran. The other people in the restaurant were speechless until one man started to chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" cried the waiter. Eventually, other people began to laugh as well, which eventually led to everyone laughing. "Stop laughing, it's not funny at all." But everybody didn't hear him from how hard they laughed. May danced around the city happily, cheering as she did, until she stopped, having realized something. "Hey, where's my outfit? A clown can't be going around without it," she thought for a few seconds, and then the light bulb clicked in her head. "I know where it is. Let's go, go, go," she cried, as she danced her way back home to Petalburg Gym. She made her way in and noticed that the place was still empty. Not worried by that, she ran to her bedroom and got out the clown outfit from her wardrobe. "There you are, Maisie. Missed you." Yes, she did. With that, she applied some makeup and changed into her clown clothes. She spun around to complete her change. "Tad, Maisie's here to take the stage." Before heading out again, she took a look around her bedroom, feeling that something was missing. "This room doesn't scream me at all. We'll have to do something about this later. But for now, let's go and have some fun with that." She ran out of the gym, locking the door behind her, and took off back to town. May danced her way around the town, catching the attention of everybody walking around. They mostly had reactions of confusion, whilst a few others smiled, thinking that she was a street performer. She went back to the party shop and brought a whole bunch of balloons and rubber noses, much to the surprise of the shop manager. "Also, it's you again," he said. "I didn't know you were a clown performer. I've always been a clown at heart. I don't know why I'd want to be anything else. I see. Well, you certainly seem a lot more energetic from when you came in here earlier. Before you seemed like some kind of zombie, mister. You must have been imagining things. I'm happy 24/7. You must have gotten me mixed up with someone else." The manager was confused by her answer. He was certain that the girl he was speaking with was the same one from earlier. "Maybe I am. Anyway, will this amount of balloons and noses be all? It seems like you've almost got everything. We have of those left in stock, you bet." "Well, you certainly are dedicated, Miss Maisie, sir." Maisie the clown, taking the stage, she whirled around as she said. The manager chuckled at her enthusiasm. "Well, Miss Maisie, you certainly are one of the most entertaining customers I've had in a long time. I'll make the purchase for you after everything was paid for." Maisie thanked the manager at least 5 times before she took the bag from him. "Oh, before I go, what is it, Maisie? What's that down below you?" she cried out loudly. The manager looked down at the till, and Maisie quickly put a rubber nose on his face and gave it a honk. "Made you look bye-bye," she laughed as she danced out of the store, cheering happily. The manager couldn't help but chuckle. "That kid is something else," he said, watching her leave. May continued to dance her way around the town, looking for fun things to do. She had so much energy that felt like it was infinite, which was a lot more than what it was back when she was at the carnival from a while back. She noticed a mother with her 2 kids holding her hands, and she walked on up to them. "Hello there. I'm Maisie the clown, taking the stage," she said, doing a twirl. The mother smiled at her. "Well, it's nice to meet you, Maisie," the mother replied back. "Hi," replied the kids. "Say, would you guys like to have a balloon Pokemon?" May asked. The kids' eyes lighted up. "Oh yes, please," said the boy excitedly. "Please, could we please have a balloon?" Jigglypuff asked the girl. That's our favorite Pokemon common right up, guys, replied May happily, as she got out a pink balloon from one of her huge pockets and got to work. The kids watched as she blew it up and started to try and shape it into a Jigglypuff. How can you do all that with such huge hands? Asked the boy, commenting on the size of May's big rubber gloves. Clown's secret, May replied, giving a wink. Oh, come on, tell us, said the girl. We won't tell anyone, sorry, but a clown's got to keep her secrets. Maybe, if you become great clowns one day, you'll know the answer. Think we should, sis? Asked the boy to his sister. Maybe once we are grown-ups and finish all our school work. Okay then, it's done, said May, as she showed the kids her finished work. The kids took a look at it and felt a little disappointed. That doesn't look like a Jigglypuff to me, said the boy. It doesn't, replied May, feeling confused. Its tummy is too flat and its ears are floppy, replied the girl. Okay, let me try again. I'm sure I know what a Jigglypuff looks like. May started to blow up the balloon again to make it bigger. Once the shape got closer to what a Jigglypuff looked like, the kids saw that May wasn't stopping, as it grew bigger and bigger. I think it's getting a bit too big, said the girl. May misheard the girl, thinking she said something else. Bigger? Okay, then you got it. No, not bigger, replied the boy, but his words flew past May's head. As she kept on going. It's gonna burst, yelled the kids at the same time, but it was too late. The balloon popped loudly in May's face, leaving everyone in a state of silence. May then broke the silence, as she began to laugh. Oopsie, she said, and gave a honk of her rubber nose. The kids' feeling of disappointment quickly switched to them beginning to laugh at May. She's so funny, isn't she, brother, said the girl, struggling to get the words out of her mouth from laughing too much. That Jigglypuff went pop, and that nose made a funny noise, replied the boy, struggling to speak as well. Their mother was a bit disappointed that May couldn't do the balloon correctly, but she couldn't help but smile from seeing her kids laugh it off. She took the moment to speak to May whilst her kids were still laughing. Maybe we'll just take some normal balloons, if it's okay? We all start out small, so don't worry. If you couldn't pull off a balloon Pokemon like an expert, it's fine by me. Usually, I'm great at it, but as long as people are happy, then I'm happy. Thank you. I'm sure you'll be an excellent clown the more you keep it up. You're a great entertainer. Thank you. May's spirits were high, as she blew some regular balloons up for the kids, this time without any hiccups. Here you go, guys, she said, handing them up. Thank you, Maisie. You're so funny, replied the kids, just doing what I do best. Well, I better head off now. Oh, but before I go, here's something for you guys. May planted a pair of rubber noses on the kids' faces and danced off to find something else to do. Bye now, she called out. Bye-bye, Maisie. Thank you, they replied, waving at her, until she was out of sight. Next, in May's search for fun, she noticed a rail set between a flight of stairs. She thought for a second, and once again the light bulb clicked in her head. Time to show off my super awesome, amazing, ultra mega balancing skills, she cried out, as she ran towards the rail and carefully climbed on, spreading her arms out as she did. She was finding it hard to keep her balance in one spot, but she was determined to stay on. The people watching were slightly concerned that she would fall off. Still got it, she said with pride, but that soon backfired on her, as she started to wobble. Whoa, keep it together. But she, unfortunately, didn't, as she fell off the rail and landed flat on her butt on one of the stairs. The direction of her fall made her continue to go down the stairs, until she landed on the floor. Hey, are you okay? Asked a man who ran on over to her. May looked up at him and giggled happily. "Hoopsie, I'm fine, sir." "That was pretty funny," replied the man, feeling confused. "That looked like it really hurt." "Be glad it wasn't anything serious. Honestly, I'm fine." "We clowns are pretty silly." "Sure to be careful, young lady. Training days will be over soon once practice some more." The man walked off whilst everyone else watched and went back to doing their own things. "Practice?" May said to herself, confused by the man's words. "I'm already pretty great at what I do. I just had the silly tumble, that's all." She laughed it off and got on her feet, ready to find something else to do. That didn't take long, however, as she saw a sports shop to her right. The shop window had some fitness balls on display that were in the sale. Her eyes gleamed at the idea she got in her head. "If balancing on a rail went a bit wrong, there's no way I can mess up balancing on a ball." She ran into the store and purchased one immediately, running outside to get on top of the ball. "Okay then, let's give this a try," she cheered. Getting on top of the ball proved tricky, but she managed after a few slip-ups. She started out pretty well, balancing on it considering it was a lot harder than the rail. More people were watching her do it and were fairly impressed. But that ended quickly, as May was starting to wobble. "Oh," she cried, "I can't stop." The ball was starting to roll along the ground, with May now running on it to stay on top. People were dodging out of the way as fast as they could, as May was nearly crashing into them. "Watch where you're going, clown," yelled an angry lady, but May didn't hear her along with other angry people. May was rolling all around town, causing lots of havoc, getting faster and faster. She ended up leaving the town and was heading straight towards the park she had been at earlier. A flock of tailor who were eating bread on the ground left by people had to fly away quickly to avoid getting hit. Their bread pieces were flattened, which made them quite mad. One tailor wasn't going to let that slide, so it chased after May as fast as it could. As it caught up to her, it charged up and descended downwards to hit her with a peck attack, which landed right on her back. "Ouchie," she cried, as she finally fell off the ball and landed straight into a nearby lake. The tailor was satisfied getting its payback and flew off to rejoin with its flock. May popped her head out of the water and looked around at where she was. "Hoopsie. I did it again," she smiled and once again laughed off her failure. May's energy seemed endless, as she was dancing around the park happily, despite her clothes being completely soaked and her makeup slowly coming off her face. What could I do next? She wondered, looking around the park. Just then she saw a trainer with a combustion sitting on a nearby bench having a snack. "Hey, that guy has a super cute combustion. Maybe I can ask if it can use its fire to help make it dry faster." And also her fingers snapped awkwardly against her soaking rubber gloves, as she got another idea. Time for another circus trick. "Hey, you guys over there," she called out to the trainer and combustion. They both turned to their right to see May come up to them. "Hey, look at that combustion. It's a clown that's completely soaking wet." "Combusk," replied the trainer's partner, feeling just as confused as he was. May stopped near the pair and introduced herself. "The clown taking the stage. That's a super cute combustion you have." The combustion got shy and looked away. "Thanks, Maisie. I'm sure combustion appreciates the nice compliment." "What's a soaking wet clown like you want with us?" "Well, I was wondering if you could help me out with the super great trick I want to show you. See, I saw your combustion and was wondering if it would like to help me out with producing some rings of fire for me to jump through. Rings of fire, replied the trainer. Surprisingly, isn't that pretty dangerous? Can combustion, replied combustion, thinking the same. Oh, don't you worry about that. We clowns are trained professionals, you know. I'd love to entertain you both with my skills. The trainer was interested in the idea but was pretty nervous about it all. I'd love to see that, I really would. But my combustion is still early in trying to learn how to properly control its fire. I'm worried that producing perfect rings of it to jump through is something it can't quite do yet. The combustion, however, didn't think the same as its trainer. It was determined to get stronger, and hearing something like this wasn't going to discourage it. Combustion, it said to its trainer. Are you serious, combustion, he said. You know we still need to train more, and I wouldn't want anything to go wrong. Combustion, it was fully prepared to take on the task of making rings of fire no matter what. That's the spirit, combustion, said May happily. As long as you believe in yourself you can pull it off, no sweat, combustion, it replied happily, feeling a sense of pride. Well, combustion, if you insist, replied the trainer. But if anything goes wrong then don't blame me, combustion. Alright, combustion, let's do this, cheered May, as she and combustion moved further down from the trainer to prepare for the trick. May moved away from combustion's firing range so she had plenty of space to jump around when it was ready. Are you ready, combustion? She called out. Combustion, then show me what you got. Fire. With that, combustion charged up some fire in its chest. The trainer noticed that combustion was charging up for a long time, which meant it was possibly going to be huge. He started to worry, knowing what would happen next. Combustion, hold on, he cried, but it was too late, as combustion fired out not a ring of fire, but a huge blast of flamethrower at May at point-blank range. Combustion, stop. Combustion suddenly noticed it had gone too far and stopped blowing. May stood perfectly still, covered in black all over. Combustion, it cried out, asking if she was okay. Well, at least I'm all dry now, said May, as she collapsed onto the floor. Combustion, the Pokemon, felt ashamed of its own pride, realizing that it went completely overboard. The trainer and combustion ran towards May, who was still lying on the ground. Hey, are you alright? The trainer asked, feeling worried. Yeah, no sweat, she replied slowly. Oopsie, she laughed, but not as strongly as before. After that experience, May cleaned herself up by jumping into the lake again and decided to head on back home. I think I'd better call it a day, she told herself. Even we clowns need to rest. After a while she walked on through the town looking at the stores. She suddenly remembered something from earlier. Why would I want to go home to a bedroom that doesn't bring out my charm in any way possible? I better buy some decorations and spice the room up a bit. With that she ran off to some shops to buy lots of items that had anything clown related. After spending even more money she finally made it home and looked around her bedroom. Well then, let's get to work and call this room home. After spending about an hour decorating, she looked back and examined everything. Strips of wallpaper covered the room in a set of white and red colors to give the feeling of a circus tent. Red noses were plastered all around the walls, and a set of crudely shaped balloon Pokemon were circled around the room, giving the illusion of an audience watching someone perform in the middle of the room. It's a bit of a mess, but we can always improve it later, she told herself, feeling proud of her work. Suddenly her head jolted and she closed her eyes, standing still for a few seconds. May opened her eyes again and looked around her bedroom. What was something she was proud of a few seconds ago now had her beginning to freak out. Wait, what? What's up with my room? And she looked at her clothes and jumped. This costume is on me again, a hat too. What is going on? May screamed at the top of her lungs and ended up passing out on the floor. The May who was full of joy from earlier wasn't the same person anymore. After a longer day out than expected doing shopping, Max and his parents were finally close to heading back home. Having been bored to tears for several hours and occasionally complaining about how slow his mother and father were, he was the most alert he had been that day, as home was in sight. Finally he boomed with delight. I'm so starving. We're sorry we took so long, Max, said Caroline. It's just that you've been away for so long that we thought a nice day out would be nice for you. But you said we were only gonna buy some groceries and go straight back. We spend most of the time going around clothes shops, which I can't stand after about half an hour. Young man, I would prefer you not to be so rude, replied Norman. You were in desperate need of new clothes as well as your sister, as you never packed that much for yourself whilst on your journey. You should be grateful your mother and I spent as much as we did on you both. Now Max began to guilt inside for his behavior, which was to be expected by his parents. He sighed, feeling disappointed in himself. Sorry, Mom and Dad, thank you for all the new clothes. You're welcome, dear, replied Caroline, who was just glad enough to know she could interact with her son again after a long time. Apology accepted, son. Now let's get inside and cook us some dinner. Awesome, Saint. I wonder if May is back yet. It would suck if she missed out on tonight's meal. Brock's cooking was nice, but homemade meals just can't be beaten. I'm sure she will be. If I know your sister, she wouldn't dare to miss out on it, replied Caroline, as she wondered if May was feeling any better today. Well, we'll find out soon enough, said Norman, as they finally approached the front door and let themselves in. Norman and Caroline went in first with Max behind them. But before he went inside, he noticed that the bin outside was full of, which it hadn't been in the morning, as the top of it nearly stuck itself open. He didn't think too much of it and went inside the gym, closing the door behind him. We're back, May, called Caroline. Are you in? Meanwhile, inside her room, May jumped at the sound of her mother's voice and began to panic. She had almost removed all of the decorations all over her bedroom, except for removing her clown costume, as she had been in so much of a hurry to remove anything that could raise some eyebrows. Oh no. I still haven't changed out of this costume yet. Stupid May, you're so stupid. That should have been the first thing I did. May? I'll go check her room, replied Max, as he went to go and check. No. May quickly ran to her door and closed it shut, making sure to lock it as quick as she could. May asked Max cheekily, knowing she must have been trying to hide from everyone. What are you closing the door for? Getting changed, okay. Privacy please, how come? Just wanna slip into something more comfortable. You sound kinda stressed out, big sis. What's going on? Nothing. Just didn't expect you guys back so soon. So soon? We've been out for hours. Way longer than I personally would have liked, but Mom and Dad got us something good. Oh really? Well, Jimmy, time to change and I'll be right there. Fine. See you in a sec then. As May heard her brother's footsteps get quieter, she took a sigh of relief as she continued getting changed. "I'm sleepwalking. I'm sleepwalking," she said, beginning to sweat. "Oh man, what is going on?" Soon enough, May had changed into her casual outfit and went to the living room where Caroline was waiting to show her the new clothes they brought her, whilst Norman was unpacking the groceries in the kitchen. "Oh, there you are," May said, her mother happily carrying a shopping bag in hand. "We got this for you for your next big journey." "Aw, thanks, Mom," she replied, taking the bag. She opened it up to reveal a new outfit consisting of a green and white kerchief, a sleeveless orange tunic with a black collar and white pockets, black cycle shorts, a pair of orange, white and black shoes, and a green fanny pack. "How do you like it, dear?" "It's awesome. Thank you so much." May hugged her mother and gave her a kiss. Caroline then realized that May's hair seemed rather wet. "Did you have a shower recently? Your hair isn't dried properly." May suddenly noticed that the stress of her current situation had gotten her hair all sweaty, which made her jump a little. "Oh yeah, I did forget. When I heard you guys come back in, I quickly got changed so I could come in and help you. I must have forgotten to fully dry my hair, my bad." "Well, don't worry about it, May. If you need to get dry properly, then you go ahead and do that. Your hair could end up sticking up by the morning if you don't dry and brush it properly, you know." "I know, Mom. I'll go help Dad and sort it out afterwards." "Thanks again for the outfit." May dashed off and went into the kitchen to thank her father too. "Alone? I don't even know anymore. Look, Mommy, it's May over there," said a familiar voice. May looked and noticed that it was Alexandra from yesterday. "Oh hey there," replied May with a wave. As Alexandra rushed on over to her, it was like all of May's worries had suddenly been put on pause. "I can't believe you're here again." "Mommy, I want to spend some time with May." "Alexandra, don't go bothering her now," replied her mother, sporting a long green dress, white heels, and hair as gold as the bright sun. "Please forgive my daughter here. She's been dying to meet you again." "Oh, it's no big deal. It's nice to see her again. My name is Leslie." "It's a pleasure to meet you in person," May replied to Alex's mother, as she shook May's hand. "Nice to meet you too, Leslie. You're quite the idol for Alexandra here. She wouldn't stop talking about you last night." "Oh, I'm humbled, really. It's a surprise for me to meet a fan in my hometown." "Last night, May, I was writing down all sorts of ideas of how I could do Pokemon coordinating just like you do," said Alex excitedly. "I'm gonna try a performance of my own and imagine what my Pokemon would be if I were old enough to have one." "What kind of Pokemon would you have?" Alex asked May, as her interest peaked. "I'd have a Gardevoir." "A Gardevoir? Yeah, those are my favorite Pokemon ever. That would be the one I would choose." "Well, I'm sure one day you'll be out there being the best Pokemon coordinator you can." "Thanks. But Mommy said I have wait until I'm 10 thought to have a Pokemon. I'm only 7, so it's gonna take ages. But once I'm 10, then I'm setting out on my own to become a great Pokemon coordinator just like you." May found her determination so uplifting that deep down inside it was helping her too. "I'm sure you'll do great. When that day comes, I'll be rooting for you." "Thanks. Hey, want to get an ice cream? Mommy will pay for us." "Alexandra," replied her mother in surprise, "you won't be getting any with manners like that." "Sorry, Mommy. Please, can we get an ice cream with May?" Alex had her arms wrapped up behind her back, giving her mother a cutesy look. May chuckled a little and spoke up. "Oh, don't worry about me, Alex and Leslie. I have my own money anyway and I don't want to trouble you." "Ah, come on, May. I'd love it if you could come." "Alexandra, May might be busy with other things today, so do show some respect. Anyway, if you are free, then you are more than welcome to join us, if you like. I'd be happy to pay for you." May felt conflicted with the offer at first, but seeing Alex looking desperate and Leslie smiling, she gave in. "Sure, okay, that would be lovely. I have nothing going on right now until later, so I'll join you." "Awesome," cheered Alex, jumping up and down. May chuckled again as the three of them headed into town. Alex wanted to hold May's hand along the way, which May happily accepted. The group had arrived in town, which was looking lively as they got close. Alex had been skipping along the whole way there, singing a cheerful tune, which was really lifting May's spirits. "Are you gonna have May?" Alexandra asked, doing a little spin. "I'm gonna have chocolate. I might go for strawberry myself, then I'm getting strawberry instead, having the same flavor as you should help give me the brain energy to be as great as you." Leslie hadn't seen her child as energetic and excited as much as this before. She herself never considered anybody a true idol to her, so it was fascinating to see it from her daughter's perspective. "May sure means a lot to my Alex. I guess I could see my little girl as a coordinator someday. If she really wanted to pursue that path, then I wouldn't object to the idea." "Yeah, we made it into town," cheered Alex, skipping on ahead. "Let's go and find an ice cream stand." As the group passed by some people walking alongside them, a single lady looked at May, giving her a rather strange look. "What's her deal?" May thought, looking puzzled. But the awkwardness didn't seem to stop there, as more people passing by looked at May with looks of confusion. "Okay, what's the deal? Did I upset them or something, or did everybody get up the wrong side of the bed?" Leslie noticed too, which made her wonder if May had a strange effect on people. Soon enough, the three of them were sitting down back at the park with ice cream in hand. Alex ended up getting double scoops of ice cream thanks to May paying a bit extra for hers, and she had nearly gobbled it all up in seconds. But even seeing Alex gobble up her ice cream in a slightly comedic fashion wasn't enough to stop May thinking about the reactions she got from people. "What's up, May?" Alex asked, noticing she seemed a bit off. "You've been pretty quiet since we sat down and ate." May's moment of silence broke. "Oh, don't worry, Alexandra, I just love food so much that I stay pretty quiet when eating. Nothing out of the ordinary," she laughed, trying to sound convincing. "Oh, okay, then I shouldn't be worrying about you, May. You're an amazing person who doesn't get down from anything." As much as May wished that were true, she still couldn't help but smile despite her current feelings. "This little girl is adorable. She's been praising me non-stop and I'm not sick of it yet. In times like these, she just might be my therapy." "I assume you'll be heading off on another journey soon to continue your contests, May?" asked Leslie, who hadn't had much of a chance to speak due to Alex taking most opportunities she could get. "Yep. Giotto is up next for me. It'll be a much more different experience for me this time, as I'm going it alone. I used to travel with my friends and little brother, but this time they won't be around." "I see. How are you feeling about going it alone?" Well, May started to feel unsure of herself again, which in turn reminded her of the strange happenings going on with her. I guess right now I'm kinda unsure. Unsure, May replied to Alex in a shock. But I'm sure you can do it just fine. Thanks, Alexandra, May replied with a light chuckle. I guess I've been traveling with my friends for so long that the thought of them not being there makes me wonder if I can still do this, especially if anything bad were to happen. Leslie was taken back to when her son years ago was on the journey of his own. I feel a little bit scared sometimes, she said, but all you have to do is remember the lessons you learned alongside your friends and use them to help you get by. If you think like that, it'll be easy for you, but you still have your Pokemon at your side, followed Alex, trying to pitch in. You're never alone when you have your partners at your side. Yeah, right, Alex. If it weren't for my Pokemon, then I never would have gotten where I'm now. I owe them so much for helping me grow into the person I'm today. See, I told you. Thanks, guys. I guess the thought of going it solo has brought me down a bit recently, but spending the day with you helps me realize that everything is gonna be fine. You're welcome, May. You show the world how incredible you are, replied Alex, holding out her hand for a high five. May smiled and high-fived Alexandra, feeling a little bit better. Well, I guess I better get going. My brother is looking after my Pokemon today, so I better head home and give him time to go and do his own things. Oh, we're going now, asks Alex, feeling disappointed. Will you come back tomorrow? I'm sure I will, Alex. Don't worry, I'm not leaving town just yet. Well, it was a pleasure meeting you, May, said Leslie, as she gave May a handshake. Thank you for taking time out of your day to entertain Alexandra. We really appreciate this. Anytime. See you soon, guys. May turned around and headed off, waving to Alex and Leslie as she walked away. Bye, May. Thank you and see you again tomorrow. Bye, guys. As May left the park, Alex and Leslie took off as well in the opposite direction. Alex looked back as they walked away, thinking about May the whole way back home. May had left the town area and was heading into the fields, heading on the pathway home. It was a lot quieter now, which gave May time to think to herself, if I'm gonna find out just what all that clown stuff in my room was about, then I need to consider possibly going into town tomorrow and checking some party stores or something. I'd go now, but honestly, I just wanna sit in bed and sleep this off for now. Spending time with Alexandra and her mom was so nice that I don't want my personal problems to ruin this day. As May reached the big open fields, she noticed that this usually quiet area had quite a lot of noise going on. What is that? Sounds like construction work or something. In the middle of the fields of all places? She carried on walking but quickly stopped as curiosity got the best of her. Okay, I'm gonna check this out really quick. As May was getting closer to the source of the noise, a large yellow object was coming into view that, upon walking closer, turned out to be a big tent. Parked close by the tent were a few big trucks where workmen were carrying heavy equipment inside it. What's this doing here? Isn't that a... All of a sudden May's thoughts suddenly froze and she shut her eyes for a few seconds. She opened them up now with a delighted look on her face. A circus has come to town? It's like destiny planned this out for me. Maisie is gonna take the stage. May's random switch in behavior from yesterday had come back, and she darted off back home to dress up in her clown costume. By a massive stroke of luck, the house was empty again, as May ran indoors, noticing a piece of paper on the doormat. It wrote, If you get this message mail, the house is locked. We have gone out to pick up some more groceries that we forgot to pick up yesterday. Getting to remind me of things we need. As usual, you know how he is. Max has already put your Pokemon back in their Pokeballs and has left them in your room, so don't worry. Anyway, we will be back soon, so take care and see you later. Signed, Mom. Oh hey, that's cool. I'll take my Pokemon with me this time and show them the circus tent I found. May quickly applied her makeup, got changed into her clown outfit and ran out of the house, locking the door. As she left, get ready Petalburg, because Maisie is here to take the stage like never before. I'm gonna join that circus and give everybody a show they won't ever forget. Jumping and dancing her way back to the fields, May was dead set on one thing only, and it sure wasn't getting ready for her next journey. "Keep it up," cried Stella, the ringleader of the Pokemon circus that had arrived in Petalburg City. Stella was known for being rather rough when it came to her training, but she was a kind soul deep down. Her circus was well known across the Kanto region, and she now wanted to expand the show over to new regions around the world. She watched her crew train the Pokemon for their acts, which got her excited to put on a show for the people of Petalburg in 2 days' time. Her Mr. Mime walked into the tent to meet her. "Have you finished putting the posters up around town?" "Mime." "Great. Thanks, Mr. Mime. Our grand tour of the whole region will get off to an amazing start soon enough, Mr. Mime. So make sure that you all train hard today," she said to all the Pokemon and staff. "We only have today and tomorrow to practice, so let's get cracking." "Roger," replied her crew with their Pokemon. Happy with everyone's progress, Stella walked outside of the tent heading towards her trailer, when suddenly she heard the sound of somebody in the distance yelling along with the sound of bells jingling. "What on earth is that?" The figure came into view in the distance, who turned out to be May. She was trying to ride on top of a big blow-up ball, but it was spiraling out of control as she tried to stay on it. "Watch out! Coming through," she cried as she headed straight towards Stella. The ringmaster dodged out of the way as May rode into the tent and crashed into the seats inside. She ran back in to check up on her with the rest of the staff and their Pokemon staring in confusion. "Are you all right?" Stella asked as she helped May up. "Totally," she replied with a weak laugh due to the pain. "Wait. You're a clown?" "Yep. I'm Maisie. Maisie the clown, taking the stage." May squeezed her rubber nose at the end, which made the staff giggle. Stella stood there unsure of what to say. "I see. Well, what are you doing here?" "I saw your circus and I just had to come and check it out. I'm aiming to become one of the greatest clowns someday. Oh please, will you let me help you out?" "Oh please, may I? I love the circus. I live and breathe the circus." The other female staff watching found her passion quite charming, but Stella still wasn't sure what to think. "Oh go on, Stella, why not give her a chance?" said one of them with her daughter, who agreed. "What? Yeah, why not?" said another with her Machamp. "She certainly looks the part at least and seems super friendly too. I'd be happy with her having a go," replied another with a Tangerine Executor. May closed her hands together, begging for an answer. "Well, looks aren't everything, Maisie. This is a Pokemon circus after all, so you'd need some Pokemon as well." "Oh, I have plenty of those," She reached into her pockets and took out her Pokeballs. Come on out, everybody. The balls opened up and out came Maze, Blaziken, Beautifly, Skitty, Bulbasaur, Eevee and Squirtle. Meet my friends here. Maze came and turned around and jumped at the sight of their trainer wearing the clown outfit again. Your Pokemon seem a little spooked, replied Stella. Oh, don't worry. I wanted to surprise them by getting into costume without them knowing. I knew you guys would like it. Her Pokemon looked confused by what was going on, so they tried their best to go along with it by agreeing with her. Well, you do seem to have quite the selection of Pokemon. You look the part. However, that little display on the ball I saw just now tells me that you came off the training wheels too early. We only have 2 days to go before the show, and you have a show in 2 days? May grabbed Stella's hands and bent down on the floor looking excited. Oh, please let me join. I'll work in my very best without stopping. I promise. Go on, Stella, said the other girls. Give Maisie a chance. Stella wasn't one to let in newcomers in so quickly before a show. She was one who liked to make sure she was working with trained professions, but the look on May's innocent face made her cave in. All right, then, Maisie. You can help. Hooray. Thank you so much. May happily jumped up and down with delight as she turned to her Pokemon. Let's do our best, everybody. Her Pokemon pretended to be excited as they worried about what could happen next. What on earth am I doing? Stella sighed, wondering if she had made the right choice. So where do we start, Stella? Alright, then, Maisie. Since you and your Pokemon are new here, we'll have to begin training right away, as we don't have much time to train you. You must be willing to work as hard and as fast as you possibly can. Got it. Stella reached for her pocket to reveal a big black whip that she pulled on to test it. Maisie and her Pokemon started to feel a little uneasy, and Stella gave them a stern look. What's the whip for? If you want to join the circus, then you better prepare for some rough training, young clown. Hi-ya, she cried, striking the ground with her whip close to Maisie, which gave her a fright. Good luck, Maisie, said one of the staff quietly, knowing May would be in for a rough time. Pick up those balls on the ground and get juggling, commanded Stella, whipping the ground. Why, yes, ma'am, replied May, grabbing them in a flash and began to try and juggle. It was off to a bad start, as she kept on dropping the balls very quickly. No, that's not good enough. Put more feeling into it. Hi-ya. Cried May, as she continued to juggle until she got the basic rhythm down. Now throw them to your Blaziken so it can follow on from you. All right. Pressured easily, May threw them to Blaziken, but with bad aim. Lots of more whipping and harsh training continued for several hours, which proved to not be the kind of welcoming May had expected. So how did I do? May asked, gasping for air, as she lay on the ground exhausted along with her Pokemon. You have much to learn, Maisie, replied Stella, not showing any signs of going easy. If you want to join in the show, you and your Pokemon will have to try out every possible act available. That way we can find what you are best suited for. 10-minute break. I'll be back after to continue your training. Stella walked out of the tent, giving May and her Pokemon a chance to catch their breath. You guys are doing just fine, said one of the staff, walking up to her. Stella's training is rough, but it's all because she wants you to be at your best. Don't let it put you off, said another. We all got similar treatment, but at the end it worked out. It's much harder than I thought it would be, May replied, taking a sip of bottled water handed to her by the staff. But I'm not giving up yet. We're gonna knock it out of the park in no time. Right, guys? Purple came and agreed nervously. So what made you want to become a clown, Maisie? What drives your passion to perform? This surprisingly was a question May found tricky to answer. I don't know. I guess I just do. Purple came and were surprised to hear this, as they always knew their trainer as a Pokemon coordinator who had never before wanted to be a clown. They hadn't been aware of the time May was hypnotized into being a clown once by Butler a long while back. I see. How long have you and your Pokemon been at this for? One of the girls continued to question. I'm not sure. I've always been who I'm from the beginning. This got May's Pokemon to have their own group discussion about what was going on whilst she was busy speaking with the staff. Is she okay? Asked Bulbasaur in its native language. She's acting strangely. Why doesn't she remember our contests? Asked Eevee. I've never seen her look like that before, said Squirtle. Her nose is big and red too. Maybe she got stung by a beedrill on the nose and it's making her act different, said Beautifly. Our trainer wants to be a clown, I think it's called, replied Blaziken. There may not be much we can do for now, except to go along with this until we can discover what's wrong. I suppose you're right, Blaziken. You and I have been with May the longest, and it's clear that she isn't the same. What's your opinion, Skitty? But Skitty was running around the tent playing with the juggling ball and not even listening. Skitty, get over here, said Bulbasaur, looking annoyed. This is a serious situation. Let Skitty be, Blaziken told it. You know that she can't resist anything round-shaped. Your Pokemon seem to be quite the little family over there, said one of the girls, observing them. I wonder what they could be talking about. These guys are my best friends, replied May, looking over at them happily. Together we're gonna do great at this Pokemon circus. Oh, but wait a minute. May observed them closely, which gave her Pokemon an awkward feeling. You guys aren't dressed for the occasion. We have to get you all as clowns too. The Pokemon gasped with shock. We have a trailer outside where you can dress up your Pokemon, if you want to use that, Maisie. Sure. Come on guys, let's go, she replied happily, as she ran on over to get her Skitty. Come on now, you can play with the ball later. Play with some of my jingling bells instead. Skitty immediately hit the bells on her collar several times and didn't want to stop. Come on guys, don't get left behind, she called back to them. Guess we have to do this, said Blaziken with a sigh, as it along with her other Pokemon followed. After a lot of fuss, May arrived back in the tent with her Pokemon all either wearing costumes, had their faces decorated, or a mix of both. Tattoo. May cheered, introducing them to the staff and Stella, who was looking a little impatient. Oh, they all look so cute, said one of the girls. We have to take a picture of you with your Pokemon together later, said another. 10 minutes late, Maisie, said Stella with a stern tone in her voice. Sorry, Stella, replied May, trying not to let Stella make her nervous. I had to get these guys dressed up as quickly as I could. Less time worrying about fashion sense and more time training. Come on now. She slammed her whip onto the ground, which immediately got May nervous again. "We're gonna get you into the true spirit of a clown. Get ready to let out the prankster in you." "Oh no, I can't do that. I'm quite the silly clown." "Then show me a prank with your Pokemon involved." "We're right." May was thinking fast on what kind of prank she could pull off. "Squirtle, come over here a sec." "Squirtle," it asked, clarifying that she was talking to it. It walked on over and May picked Squirtle up to whisper something in its ear. "Okay, we ready." Squirtle it replied, feeling confused. "Then come on and show me. I expect this prank to be funny enough for you to pass." May put Squirtle down and walked back several steps before beginning the act. She and Squirtle walked on up to each other, with May skipping her way over. The sequence was done without any words spoken, as May and Squirtle gave each other a wave to say hello. May turned around and picked a flower out of her pocket, which she then prompted Squirtle to give a sniff. As Squirtle got close up, May squeezed it tight with a cheeky grin on her face, hoping it would shoot water at Squirtle's face, which didn't happen. She looked confused and tried to squeeze it multiple times, which led to Squirtle give off a cheeky look as well. It used body language to ask its trainer if it could give it a try. May handed over the flower and Squirtle squeezed the flower whilst firing water out of its mouth to blast May in the face. May toppled over and the staff watching chuckled to themselves whilst Stella was too busy reviewing the act. May shook her face left and right to get rid of some of the water and looked on over to Stella. "Done. What do you think?" "Predictable, but decent enough for a first try," Stella commented. "Thanks." "All right then, Maisie, next will be tightrope." "I wanna do that." The Pokemon were shocked. "Tightrope," replied Stella surprisingly. "You could hardly balance on a ball earlier." "I'm not sure that's the best thing to do as of yet." "That was just a small slip-up. I can balance real good, you know. I did so the other day in town." "I can't let you, Maisie. I can't risk any performers getting hurt, and it that usually sits below the tightrope broke not long ago and we haven't been able to replace it yet. So you better not try it under these circumstances, Maisie." "Maisie?" Stella noticed that she was gone. She turned around to notice May had already started climbing up the pole to reach the tightrope. "Hey, stop. Get down from there." "Oh no," cried May's Pokemon in their languages, as they watched May already reach the top. "Don't worry, everybody. I'm super good at balancing. I'll make you all proud." "Get down from there this instant," cried Stella angrily. "I'm not risking you getting injured." "I won't." "Promise," she smiled back, which only got everybody else worried. May started to walk the tightrope as slowly as she could whilst spreading her arms out to balance herself. "We have to get her down," said Beautifly to her fellow Pokemon. "Where's Skippy?" asked Bulbasaur, looking around. It looked up to notice Skitty was climbing up the pole to follow May as quick as it could. "Oh great," cried Blaziken in shock. "Skitty's got its eyes on those bells on May's clothes again. Of all the times, Skitty. We have to stop it." But Skitty had already got on the tightrope and was carefully making its way to May. "Oh hey Skitty," said May, as she looked behind her. "You want to join in too?" But looking behind her was where it all went wrong, as she started to lose her balance. "Maisie," cried the staff in fright. "Whatever you do, keep that balance," called Stella, getting stressed out. But the pressure didn't help May, as she finally lost her footing and began to fall. "Oh no," the staff looked away, unable to watch. "I got it," cried Bulbasaur, as it launched its vines to grab May just in time. Blaziken jumped up high and grabbed Skitty to save it. Both became and put their friends back on the ground with a sigh of relief. "Thanks, guys," replied May, still keeping up her positive attitude. "That was a close call." Skitty happily ran over to her and started playing with the bell attached to her right boot like nothing had happened. "You better be lucky your Pokémon were there to save you," said Stella with a sigh of relief. "But your actions were foolish. Clowns are meant to be silly, but there's a difference between being silly and stupid." "Sorry. I'm just trying my best." "Well, don't let me catch you doing that again. You're still a rookie, so you won't be able to do everything at once." Stella turned around to the rest of her team. "Everyone take a break for a little while before we move on." She walked out of the tent with a heavy sigh. "Don't scare us like that again," said the staff, walking up to her. "We seriously thought you'd injure yourself." "I'll be fine. No worries. I suppose there really is no stopping you. Your enthusiasm is actually kinda inspiring when you aren't being reckless." "I got to try out another act," she replied, showing no signs of stopping. "Now what could I do?" "It's okay to take a break, you know. I only have a few days to prepare. I'm gonna keep going." May ran around the tent looking for something she could do. "That girl is like on autopilot," said one of the staff to her fellow colleagues. "She's quite the character." "Hey, what about these?" May called, pointing towards a pair of wires and straps lying on the ground. "Oh, those are used for aerial straps acts. They don't get used anymore, since there's not much for both performer and their Pokémon to do together with them. It's a Pokémon circus after all, so both trainer and Pokémon need to do work together. I just got an idea for these." May replied excitedly, putting her hands together. "What did you have in mind?" Within most of their break time, May had put together a little setup. She had placed 9 of the straps around her arms, wrists, knees, and feet, and the wires attached to the straps were connected to a series of planks to form a marionette controller. "How about this?" she said, clenching her fists with excitement. "Why don't I put on an aerial straps marionette act? My Blaziken is gonna sit down the platform all the way up there and use the controls to move me around. That way the aerial straps act can have both trainer and Pokémon work together." Blaziken was as surprised as everyone else. "Well, it's certainly something this circus has never did before. Are you sure this would work? Can't hurt to give it a try. Come on, Blaziken, let's do this." "BL Blaziken," it replied hesitantly, as it took the controls and climbed up to the platform. The higher Blaziken climbed, the more that the wires were slightly pulling May back, and raised her arms slightly until the point when the fire Pokémon sat down. "Anytime you're ready, Blaziken." With a nervous nod, Blaziken began to move the controls around to make May move. The springy nature of the wires made her bounce up high as she floated around in the air. Everyone watched as May's arms and legs were moving about all over the place randomly, due to Blaziken having never done anything like this. "This is so fun," she cheered happily. I'm a pretty wacky clown puppet. After a mess of moves, May used some of her own force to do a graceful twirl in midair and continued to do it until the wires tangled her all up. Blaziken tried its best to spin her the opposite direction, which untangled the wires and spin her around very fast, until she stopped. "Wow, I feel dizzy," she said with her tongue hanging out. "Girl," said one of the staff, with the others nodding their heads in agreement. "Don't feel left out," she called to her other Brookhaven. "Come over here and you can dance with me one by one." They were hesitant about it and talked amongst themselves about who should go first. "No need to be shy, guys. Come on." Evie was picked to go first amongst the group, so it walked on over to May, where Blaziken made her kneel down and reach her arms out to Evie's front paws. The little Brookhaven grabbed onto May's hands nervously, whilst May herself smiled at it happily. "Go on, Blaziken," she called, as it carried on to make her move. May's legs were skipping on the spot, as Evie tried to copy her moves using its back paws. "Got to say, that's pretty cute," said the staff girl. "Yeah, you are right about that. This is beginning to make my heart melt a little." Just then Stella returned into the tent and froze in place, watching May's act. "What on earth is this?" she said with the most baffled look on her face. "All right, Evie, ready for a big jump," said May, trying to get it hyped up. Evie, jump. May used her own force this time to take a big leap into the air, which was followed by her doing a forward spin. Evie cried out with fright, holding onto May's hands for dear life, hoping not to fall. This was messing up Blaziken's grip on the controls, so it panicked and tried to frantically move around to regain control. But disaster struck, as May was being flung all over the place and almost crashing into her Brookhaven and the staff. "Maisie, you have to stop this now," cried Stella. "Look out," she cried, as she was now heading straight towards Stella, who managed to dodge her just in time. The wires were now pulling her back, where she was heading straight towards the pole. Uh-oh, Evie finally managed to jump away from May's hands, before she slammed face first into the pole, causing her rubber nose to squeak in the impact. Blaziken had also dropped the controls, which smacked down on May's head as she landed on the ground. "That's got to hurt," said a member of staff. Everyone went on over to check if she was alright, which to nobody's surprise had not put the dent on her positive attitude. "That was so much fun, minus nearly hitting everyone." "Goodness. You're not hurt too bad, are you, Maisie?" "Face is a little sore, but I'm totally fine," said Blaziken, feeling ashamed of itself. "Oh, don't feel bad. You did a great job. Together we made a great team. You also did a great dance with me, Evie." Evie replied, feeling too dizzy to think straight. "I leave the tent for a break, and there you are getting yourself into trouble again," said Stella, sounding quite annoyed. "Though I must admit that act was creative." "Thanks. But it was messy. You and Blaziken are clearly inexperienced, so that act is too risky to do for an actual show. I won't be allowing it on the night. Oh, it's been a busy day for us all. I think we are gonna wrap things up for now. You've been working hard, Maisie, so you need to rest up." "Okay then. I see potential in you and your Brookhaven. But you clearly have a lot to learn. So you better rest well tonight, because I will continue to train you hard, until you all can get a few acts down before the big show." "You got it, Stella. Thank you again for letting us be a part of this show." It's been my dream to do something like this. Pleasure. Now run along and get some rest. You live in the area, right? I sure do. Great. Safe travel home then. May turned towards her came and feeling proud. You guys all did amazing. You all deserve a good rest. She got out their Pokeballs and returned them back. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow, May, said the staff. Me too. See you later. She removed the straps still attached to her and ran out of the tent, which, for Stella, was a huge sigh of relief. I think I'm more tired than she is. I still hope I won't regret having her take part in the big show. It's like you said, Stella. She has the potential to be a showstopper. That positive attitude of hers is really quite delightful. Well, let's just see what tomorrow brings. She looked at the marionette setup left behind on the floor and was thinking about it. Maisie, what a goofball. A smile came to her face, as deep down she wanted May to succeed. Dark out, as May returned back home. As she headed towards the front door, she saw a piece of paper lying down under the doormat, which she picked up and read. As we were all feeling quite tired, we have gone to bed early, so please be quiet, if you can, when you get home. Your Monklax has been well behaved and is now sleeping too. Max did a great job looking after it. Anyway, we will see you in the morning. Signed, Mum and Dad. I didn't know I had parents. That's neat. She quietly opened the door and tiptoed as quietly as she could, which was easier said than done considering the bells on her clothes were jingling with her every move. She made it into her room and put up a door sign outside saying sleeping. Please don't disturb. Wow, I'm tired, she said, whispering to herself. I'll just tuck myself into bed and call it a day. Without changing her clothes, May got into bed and quickly fell asleep thinking about the fun day she had. All that was on her mind was becoming a great clown, until she dozed off into her dreams. Next morning, May awoke to the sight of her alarm clock and noticed that it was far later than the usual time she would get up at. Man, I feel so exhausted. Was I dreaming about meeting Alex yesterday or what? I can't remember how that dream ended. Guess I might as well get up. May stretched out her arms, suddenly hearing a familiar sounding jingle. Not again. She pulled the covers off her bed to notice the clown costume. Why, she then looked at her mirror to notice her rubber nose and white face paint. Why has this happened again? May immediately got out of her costume and quickly put on her usual attire in a panic. Ugh, I should just throw this thing away. I feel like I'm sleepwalking into this or something. But before she went out of her room to throw the whole thing away, she couldn't stop looking at it and remained silent for a little while. I should put this back in my wardrobe. Without thinking, May stored it away and left her bedroom, not thinking twice about it. Even though at the same time she was still freaked out about just what was happening. Am I losing it? Who even knows anymore?
Coming to us straight from the United Kingdom is VGMC. He has 2.4K watchers, 673.9K page views, and 1.8K deviantation.
I'm sorry. You want me to what? Rouge the Bat stared in disbelief at the order she had just been given. Did you not hear me the first time, Agent? The GUN commander responded irritably. You're going to see a psychiatrist about your kleptomania. I do not have kleptomania, Rouge argued. I'm a former thief. Yes, the GUN commander thrust his finger at an empty spot on his desk. See, she had been made. Rouge returned the gold-plated ballpoint to its original place on desk. Okay, so I sometimes can't help myself, and on your previous mission to protect the Chaos Emerald in the Station Square Museum, when you claimed the thief had stolen an assortment of jewels during your shift but left the emerald alone? You really must think I'm stupid to not see the writing on the wall. I never. The commander held up a Ziploc bag containing a number of very familiar jewels. We recovered these from your locker earlier this afternoon. If it were up to me, you'd be court-martialed. But the president sees your skills as an asset, and you've earned some goodwill from the times you've helped Sonic save the world. But that goodwill is drying up. So you're going to see Dr. Spiral the cat to fix your inability to not steal. End of discussion. Rouge sat in the waiting room of the psychiatrist's office. She had received an urgent call from Dr. Spiral, informing her that an emergency had come up with a client, and she was referring Rouge to a colleague of hers, one Dr. Dahlia Bat. Dr. Spiral assured Rouge that Dahlia was one of the best in her field. Rouge didn't know what to make of the doctor's glowing praise, but she had little choice in the matter and had made her way to Dahlia's practice the following day. Despite Dr. Spiral's proclamations to the contrary, Rouge couldn't help but feel that Dr. Dahlia was perhaps not quite so impressive as she had been led to believe. For a start, the waiting room was rather barren. There was a desk for the secretary, a single two-seater couch with a coffee table in front of it, 2 magazines on said coffee table, and the walls, although pure white, seemed uneven in their application of paint. Then again, perhaps Dr. Dahlia had simply set up this office only recently and was too busy with patients to deal with the decorating. The intercom finally went off with Dr. Dahlia's voice coming through to ask her secretary to send Rouge in. The secretary, a young reddish Chudna with blue eyes, looked up at Rouge, who was already standing. If you'd just like to go in, the doctor will see you now, she said. Something was off about her, though. Her tone seemed unnatural, as if her mind was clouded by tiredness or some foreign substance. She was young, so she might not be used to full work days yet, or perhaps she had been helping get everything set up. Either way, she looked like she could use some rest, something her boss could possibly help her with. Rouge mused. The young woman seemed fairly normal otherwise. She had the typical Chudna spines, curled upwards at the tips, with a red fringe parted in the middle with a big black bow. She wore a teal sweater with a purple flower on the chest that would have exposed her midriff, had she not worn a black shirt underneath. Her skirt was light gray with white frilly accents and a gold belt. In addition, she wore fingerless white gloves, white strapped sandals, and a gold heart necklace. She was cute. Putting the secretary out of her mind, Rouge stepped through the door into Dr. Dahlia's office. Much like the waiting room, the doctor's office was clearly still in the middle of renovations, but was evidently much further along, probably to avoid uneven coats of paint causing distractions. The room was larger than the waiting room and more brightly lit. The lavender paint on the walls was mostly finished and looked nice alongside the peachy carpet. There were some boxes stacked up against the wall behind the simple wooden desk, likely continuing more certificates and diplomas like the ones hung above them. Before the desk, stretching out diagonally away from the corners, were a pair of couches, each of which contained a sleeping young woman. One was a blue bunny with short brown hair and a fringe extending down over her right eye. She wore a pair of small sunglasses with red-tinted lenses. The rest of her attire gave her a very punk rocker look: a black sleeveless hoodie over a black t-shirt, black shorts, and a pair of thick woolen arm warmers in black and blue stripes. Feet were bare, exposing the lighter shade of her soles, as her knee-high black boots rested on the floor beside her couch. The other girl was a white chicken with 3 red feathers on her forehead. She looked more of an adventurous type, a sleeveless brown top with a torn-up look, matching brown shorts with beige tufts on the legs, fingerless beige gloves, a light brown scarf, and a pair of black goggles with red lenses. Much like her fellow patient, her yellow feet were bare, her brown shoes, beige thigh-high socks, and light brown belt lying on the floor beside her. The doctor sat on a stool between the 2 couches. As she took notes, looked up upon Rouge's entry. She was an older woman, gray skin and long black hair with a large white streak down the middle and a red bow tied to the back. Over her red eyes and matching eyelids rested a pair of large, round glasses. Her attire consisted of a red dress, black tie, white lab coat, and black high heels. "Hi, you must be Rouge." She stood up to greet the newcomer, offering a hand, which the thief took figuratively, not literally. "Yes, Rouge replied. "You're Dr. Bat?" "Please, dear, call me Dahlia," the older woman said with a kind smile. "Are you sure you're ready to see me?" Rouge asked, angling her head to indicate the 2 sleeping girls behind the doctor. "Oh, don't worry about them," Dahlia said, looking back. "I've been taking on both my own patients and Dr. Spiral's for the day, so everything's been kinda hectic. You don't mind them being here, do you?" Rouge shrugged. "I guess not. As long as you don't mix up our suggestions, it's okay." "You mean like telling you that you're a strong, independent chicken instead of Carolina?" the doctor joked. "Don't worry, I've instructed them not to respond to my voice until I clap my hands, so your suggestions are yours alone. Here, why don't we get you sat down?" Dahlia guided Rouge towards another couch against the wall. This one looked less expensive than the other 2, but seemed no less comfortable. As Rouge gingerly planted her backside upon it, Dahlia sat on an equally comfortable-looking seat beside her. As she flipped through her notes and found Rouge's file, "It says here that you were referred to Dr. Spiral for your kleptomania." Rouge scowled at the assertion, though not at the doctor herself, as she hadn't written the file. "Let's call it self-control issues," the doctor suggested. Rouge didn't think it sounded much better, but it did help a little, and her expression became more neutral. "Okay then, Rouge, I've dealt with plenty of cases like this before, so it should be an easy fix. I'll just put you under real quick and try some positive reinforcement, and you'll be completely cured in no time. How does that sound?" Rouge still wasn't sure about this whole hypnotism thing, but if it was a quick thing, she could just get it over and done with, then leave. "All right," she said slowly. "Do you have a rule about shoes or something?" she asked, indicating towards the other 2 patients once again. "Oh, no," the doctor chuckled. "I just suggest removing footwear to help my patients relax. Here, if it'll make you feel more comfortable." The doctor kicked her own shoes off and wiggled her toes. Rouge smiled and shook her head. She leaned down and slid her boots off and let them fall to the floor with a soft thud. She couldn't deny that having her toes freed from the steel toe caps of her favorite boots felt nice and comfortable. As Rouge did this, The doctor padded over to her desk and poured some tea for the two of them. Dahlia handed Rouge one mug and the aroma filled her nose. Rouge couldn't help but take a sip and found the tea very sweet. You like it? Dahlia asked with a smile. It's my own recipe. I use it to help my clients relax. Well, it certainly works, Rouge replied. I feel great. Once Rouge had finished her drink, Dahlia took her mug and indicated for Rouge to lie back on the couch. She did so, feeling more than a little drowsy, as she sank down into the couch. Okay, Rouge, I want you to close your eyes and listen to my voice, Dahlia suggested, and Rouge obeyed. I want you to imagine a big spiral. What are your favorite colors, Rouge? Black and pink, the thief replied instantly. Nice choice. I want you to imagine a big black and pink spiral in front of you. All you can see is the spiral. Stare deeply into it and it slowly starts to spin. It's like a whirlpool, drawing you in. Your gaze is drawn to the center, the point of origin. But you can't quite tell where the spiral starts, can you? Rouge replied, more softly this time. Just keep your attention focused on that spot and I'll help you find it. Just listen to my voice and stare into the spiral. Stare deeply into the spiral. Feel the spiral draw you in. Feel the spiral envelop you. Feel the spiral consume you. You are now one with the spiral. You are the spiral, Rouge, constantly turning with no end in sight. Rouge's head began slowly rolling in a circle, as if to physically show that the doctor's words were taking hold. But all that spinning is so very tiring, isn't it, dear? So tiring to your whole body, from your head to your chest, your arms and legs, all the way down to your toes. So very tiring. Dear. Rouge's head rolling began to slow and become less perfectly circular, as her muscles began to struggle to keep moving. But you must keep going, dear. You must keep going for the most incredible thing to happen. Are you ready for the most incredible thing you've ever seen to happen? Why yes, Rouge slurred, her voice barely above a whisper. Just keep going, my little trooper. Keep going. Oh, it's starting to happen. Can you see it? The spiral is starting to change color. The pink is becoming darker and the black is becoming lighter. Do you see it? Yes, that's right. The chaos of the clashing colors is easing as they influence and change one another. The pink is darkening into a beautiful ruby red, and the black is easing off into a light gray color. The clashing colors have found harmony and it's becoming easier to keep spinning. My little spiral. Rouge's struggle eased and her rotation became more smooth. Other extremities began to rotate in perfect sync with her head. Her wrists and ankles matched her neck perfectly. But those colors, there's something about them, something familiar. They remind you of someone, but I can't quite place my finger on it. Who do they remind you of, Rouge? Rouge's mind raced through images of every person she had ever met. Red and gray. Knuckles? No. Amy? No. Eggman? Certainly not. No, there was one person who those colors reminded Rouge of. You, doctor. That's right, Rouge. Those are my colors spiraling around you. Those colors are mine. Everything that uses those colors are mine. The spiral is using my colors, so that means the spiral is yours. Very good, Rouge. But what, or rather, who, is the spiral? I'm. Yes, Rouge. You are the spiral, I'm the spiral, and that means I'm yours? Yes, Rouge. You are mine. You belong to me. You must do as I say. You must obey me, I must obey you. Very good, Rouge. Now, all that spinning has made you so very tired, Rouge. You may stop spinning, but when you do, you will fall into a deep, deep sleep, where you will obey me unquestioningly. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Then stop spinning, Rouge. Stop spinning and obey Rouge's head, hands and feet slowed to a stop, as Rouge lay motionless on the couch. Dahlia slowly reached over towards Rouge's foot and gave it a light tickle. No response. She tried harder. Still nothing. Dahlia smirked. Rouge, I'm your mistress and you will obey me. You are my mistress, I will obey. Dahlia jumped in victory. Okay, everyone, she said loud enough for the others to hear before clapping her hands. Everyone, stand at attention on command. Rouge, the bunny and the chicken all stood at attention like soldiers awaiting their next command. Malia, close up and come inside, she called out to the front desk, where a muffled affirmation could be heard from the secretary. Before long, the Echidna had entered the room, eyes glassy and lifeless, just like those of the three patients. All of you stand together in front of the desk. They did so obediently. You in the closet, you can come out now. The closet door opened and out stepped an equally entranced green cat. She was the eldest of the 6 women, wavy white hair raised behind her head somewhere between a bun and hanging freely. She wore a dark green jacket over a yellow shirt that exposed her midriff, a short black skirt and matching sandals and fingerless gloves. She had the small blue scarf around her neck and a matching ribbon tied around her left wrist. Her eyelids were a shade of blue, similar to Rouge's, and her glassy yellow eyes lay behind a pair of small, rectangular spectacles. What do you think now, Spiral? Dahlia taunted in spite of the doctor's inability to react. Now see the merit of my research. My methods have easily induced 5 young women, all of whom are now ready to begin proper reconditioning to become more productive members of society. She pointed to each woman in turn. Rouge will no longer be a thief and will, instead, be put to use stopping robberies. Carolina will put her adventuring talents to good use, making deliveries of important medical instruments rather than exploring ruins. Beat will create music with subliminal messages to help me spread my message. And you, Doctor, you will do, as I do, using your vast hypnotic talents to make people more valuable to society. Oh, and Malia will be my foot slave to help me relieve stress as a reward for all my altruistic hard work. Speaking of which, Malia, get to it. Yes, mistress, the Echidna replied blindly. Foot slave. Malia will obey. She lowered herself to her hands and knees, as Dahlia sat back in the seat she had just risen from, raising her peach-colored right foot for Malia to worship. That's a good girl, Dahlia moaned. Now, the rest of you can entertain me. You are all chickens. She snapped her fingers and Rouge, Spiral and Beat all began flapping their arms and clucking like chickens. Carolina simply stood there. Carolina, why oh, right, she slapped her forehead at the realization. Okay, you are a cat, Carolina. Rouge and Beat dropped down on all fours and let out meows. Spiral simply stood at attention. Dahlia was not amused. Well, I'm not making any bunny commands, I can tell you that. Okay, Spiral, I want you to remember the Spiral we discussed when I first hypnotized you. Stare deep into it and let it become one with you. Let yourself go deeper and deeper, until I say otherwise. I obey, mistress, the cat doctor replied, swaying slightly, as the green and black spiral once more appeared in her mind's eye. Okay, Malia, take a break and I dunno, practice some beat or something. Foot slave Malia obeys, Malia replied, as she moved over to the now napping Cat Bunny's large feet and began kissing her pale blue soles. Carolina, you are a stereotypical chicken. Cluck and flap, until I tell you to stop. Yes, mistress, the chicken responded, therefore acting much as her fellow patients had moments earlier. I may as well get started on your rehabilitation while I have you, Rouge. Come and kneel before me. Yes, Mistress Rouge groaned. I shall obey. Rouge knelt down before her mistress, eagerly awaiting further commands. Close your eyes, Rouge. Dahlia commanded. Close your eyes and picture the biggest, brightest jewel you've ever seen. Rouge did, as she was asked, envisioning the master emerald. As she did so, pour all of your love of jewels into is. All of your love for jewels is now invested in this one jewel before you. It entrances you and holds your full attention. Watch now, as the image slowly becomes blurry, ethereal. It's there, but it's hard to make out. It looks like it's changing shape, but you can't quite tell. Rouge's expression suggested she was struggling to make out the shape in her mind's eye, almost squinting her still closed eyes in hopes of the image becoming clearer. Open your eyes, Rouge, Dahlia cooed, as she raised her right foot for Rouge to see. Open your eyes and the image of your infatuation will become clear. Rouge's blue eyelids slowly rose, her turquoise eyes spinning for how deep she was, but still allowing her to see what she had been told to see. Before her was a pale, peach-colored foot. It was similar to her own, but a size or two larger. The object of her affection was Dr. Dahlia's foot. And there were two of them. Do you see it now, Rouge? Rouge nodded limply, a goofy wide grin spreading across her lips. You don't love jewels anymore, do you? No, your love is fixated elsewhere. You don't want to steal jewels anymore, do you? No, Mistress Rouge replied, shaking her head as limply as she had nodded. Then what do you want? Dahlia smirked, already knowing the answer. Feet, Rouge mumbled, perhaps a little embarrassed in spite of her trance. Dahlia found this cute. And what do you want to do with them? Lick them. Go right ahead, Foot Slave Rouge. Thank you, mistress. Foot Slave Rouge gratefully obeys. Rouge extended her tongue, slowly dragging it up her mistress' right foot from heel to toe. Enraptured with the taste, she began licking with greater and greater vigor like a puppy. Dahlia's smug grin grew wider until she was laughing heartily. She had done it. She had taken a person's criminal desires and converted them into something more useful. She was half tempted to keep Rouge on as a foot slave in place of Malia, but realized that Rouge's skills would be put to better use with her original plan. Still, she had time to enjoy her work before she sent her on her way. How is your deepening going over there, Spiral? Have you become one with the spiral yet? Yes, mistress, the cat doctor replied. I'm Spiral. The spiral you mean, Dahlia corrected, looking over at the entrance. Cat. No, mistress, she replied. Just Spiral. Spiral punctuated her declaration with a flash of her sharp golden eyes. How? Dahlia gasped, completely transfixed. I did, as you asked, my mistress. I became one with the spiral. I became the spiral. Command loopholes are a dangerous thing in the hands of a resistant subject. Not that I'll leave any open for you. Obey. Dahlia's will quickly left her. She had known Spiral was powerful, hence why she had used the drug to leave her mind more groggy and susceptible. In a direct confrontation, without any powers like Spiral had, Dahlia was no match. I obey. Dahlia droned lifelessly. Spiral sighed, taking a moment to calm her nerves and take in the situation. Two of her patients, Bea and Carolina, were here, as was her assistant, Maya. There was also Rouge the Bat, her latest patient. Spiral recalled being made to entrance Maya and redirect her clients to Dahlia. She disliked being mentally manipulated, but she took greater issue with the manipulation of her patients. She could only hope this incident wouldn't hamper her ability to help these girls. Dahlia, turn yourself into the police and confess all of your crimes, Spiral commanded. I shall obey, Mistress Dahlia responded before marching straight out the door. Spiral let out another sigh. She gathered her three patients onto one of the couches and felt it best to have them all forget what had happened, undo any fixing Dahlia had performed, and make them think they had simply had normal individual sessions with Spiral. It would take some time to craft and enforce the scenario, but she had little choice. She could only hope Dahlia would get what was coming to her. Dahlia continued her mindless march until she was a few blocks away from her makeshift office. Once she has taken a specific number of steps, a trigger activated in her mind, bring her to a halt and awakening her from her trance. She shook her groggy head and took a moment to recall what had happened. Luckily for her, she had used self-hypnosis to implant a suggestion inside her own mind that allowed her to awaken if she was brought under the control of another person. She turned back, silently cursing Dr. Cat for her mental loophole, for getting in the way of her quest to improve society, for undoing all of her hard work, and for making her leave without retrieving her favorite shoes on the way out. She really liked those shoes. Finally Shanti sighed as she arrived in the Hypno-Baron's inner sanctum. What's with all those stupid eye and door puzzles? And all those death traps and keys and that creepy skull key thing? Just how can a person live in a place like this? Seriously. And why are these places always so much bigger on the inside than the outside? She knew her complaining wasn't going to get her anywhere, but venting her anger was calming her down. At least I rediscovered the mermaid dance. That's something. I guess she took in the sight of the room. The floors and pillars were blood red, and the only source of light seemed to be a lantern hanging from a chain in the ceiling. She could just make out the silhouette of a man in a robe. The robe looked to be blue with gold rims, with a hood that concealed the figure's face quite nicely. The figure cackled as she approached. Seriously? Shanti thought, rolling her eyes. Skull keys, skeleton minions, death traps, and now a red room and a cloak. This guy seriously needs to lay off on the gothic horror theme. You must be the genie, looking for the magic seals. Yes, he asked in an unexpectedly friendly tone. That's right, she said defiantly, thoroughly unimpressed by her next opponent. You have to, and now you're here for the final one. You've outsmarted Risky Boots. You're very, very smart. Shanti didn't know what to say. She couldn't tell if he was legitimately complimenting her or trying to throw her off. She opted to remain silent. She will never be able to restore the magic lamp now, the Baron declared. You are a hero. The townspeople will thank you. Shanti pictured the people of Scuttletown, finally accepting her and throwing a grand parade in her honor. She smiled at the image. Then a thought occurred to her. This was the Hypnobaron. She snapped out of her reverie and put on a defiant front. Is this a mind game? If you've got something to say it, but your uncle. He is keeping secrets from you somehow. Shanti found herself starting to believe the Baron's words. Uncle Mimic? No. He wouldn't keep secrets from me, would he? He wouldn't he? He is a resident of Scuttletown. The people of Scuttletown have never appreciated your efforts, no matter how many times you save them from risky boots. They lie safe in their beds thanks to you, yet they never appreciate you. But I can change that, you can? Shanti was swaying slightly, having trouble forming coherent thoughts. Would I lie to you? I only want what's best for you, my dear. All I ask for in return is that you listen to what I have to say. Okay, she stuttered, barely able to get the words out. Her mind was swirling with thoughts, some that told her not to listen, that he was trying to trick her, and some that said he could be trusted, that he wouldn't lie to her. You are a smart girl. You see, that I'm here to help you, yes. Shanti nodded in agreement and a dopey smile spread across her lips. If you want them to appreciate you, all you need to listen to me. To accept what I tell you without question. To obey me, oh obey you, the half-genie replied, as her eyes glazed over lifelessly. Yes, the Hypnobaron is your friend. The Hypnobaron is my friend. Yes, the Hypnobaron is your master. The Hypnobaron is my master. No, I must resist. Shanti's resistance showed in her tired, worried expression. No, my dear. Resisting won't make the townspeople accept you. Resisting will make them hate you. Hate me? Yes. But obeying will make them love you. Obeying is the right choice. Obey Hypnobaron. Shanti's smile returned as she began to embrace the idea of obedience. Yes, obey the Hypnobaron. Obey your master. I shall obey the Hypnobaron. I shall obey my master. Her tone was happy and sleepy, as she gave in. Good girl. Obeying is the right choice. You've made the right choice. Shanti's smile grew wider. The Baron cupped Shanti's chin and looked into her glassy eyes. He was pleased with his work. You are not the first to have come here and realized the joys of servitude. You are the latest in a long line of servants of the Hypnobaron. You must be pleased. Yes, pleased to obey. Shanti replied happily. Then you must show the Hypnobaron your loyalty, or he will not help you. Shanti's smile faded as a desperate, pleading expression took over. Oh, please, master. I'll do anything to prove my loyalty. The Hypno Baron knew exactly what he was going to have her do. You are a genie, are you not? I'm a half-genie, Master. Then you must be able to grant my wishes. I'm sorry, Master. Half-genies have very limited magic. Disappointed, the Hypno Baron sighed. In that case you are to become a zombie for my amusement, as you wish. Master. Shanti closed her eyes, and when she reopened them, she smiled at the Baron. Hey, snack cakes, she greeted playfully. Snack cakes, the Baron asked, confused. A hooded robe. How mysterious. She quickly pulled his hood back to reveal the skull beneath. The Hypno Baron was too confused to stop her. You're kind of cute, even with a big bone forehead. Say, you don't happen to have a nice, tasty brain in there, do ya? The Baron pulled his hood back. A brain? Yes, a brain. If not, you at least got some coffee? I need it to keep my great intellect intact. She looked down at her body. And why am I dressed like Shanti? I like her sense of fashion, but I prefer my own clothes. Because you are Shanti, the Baron replied. No, I'm not. My name's Rotty Tops. The Baron face bombed. When I told you to become a zombie, I didn't mean a specific zombie. I meant a hypno zombie. A hypno zombie? She looked confused at first, but a slight grin soon overtook form. Oh, you're into that kinda thing, are ya? She sniggered. All that, yes, master stuff? Hey, do you prefer to be the dom or the sleep? The Baron commanded. Shanti immediately stopped mid-sentence and returned to her trance. The Baron rubbed the rim of his nose hole in irritation. He just couldn't figure out why Shanti had interpreted his command the way she had. Perhaps there was still a part of her that was resisting, and this was an act of defiance that didn't really matter though. She'd still been convinced she was a zombie, and she'd also gone back under on command. It seemed another test was in order. If you're a half-genie, then you must know how to dance. Yes, Master, I'm very good at dancing. Then show the Hypno Baron what you can do to make up for that. Yes, Master. Your wish is my command. Shanti opened her eyes and stared blankly ahead. She began her sensual performance by slowly moving her hips from side to side, stiffly at first. Her arms were stretched out at her sides and her hips were moving out as far as they could go, then back again. As she went on, she seemed to lose herself in the dance more and more over time. Her movements became more fluid, almost water-like. Her hips swung more and more each time, until they were moving round and round in a nice, even circle. Her glassy eyes closed and a smile spread across her lips, as she began to enjoy performing the dance, just as much as her master did watching it. She was in a kind of secondary trance, her body moving almost by itself, as her entire existence became dedicated to her dance, something that often happened to her when practicing at home even in her deep, hypnotic trance. Shanti loved the feeling of dancing, just as she loved the feelings it stirred in others. Many other women in Scuttletown envied her primarily because of her ability and somehow that made her happy. Especially now, knowing that her dance that stirred such adoration in men and such envy in women was being used to please her master. Her arms drifted slowly together until her hands were clasped together in front of her chest, her hips maintaining their steady circle, not breaking it for a second. Her long, purple hair flowed with her movements, like a pendulum swaying evenly behind her back. After a few revolutions, her body titled back, facing to the side, her hips rising and falling like her chest would when taking deep, steady breaths. Although her eyes were glassy and lifeless, she seemed to be staring lovingly at her master as she shook her hips. Her smile was one of enjoyment and appreciation, enjoyment of the dance she was allowed to perform, the dance and appreciation for her master, who allowed her to perform it for him. Back to the first phase, her arms out and her hips gyrating. This time, she was much more into it. Her smile was wider, her movement was more lively and beautiful. Her master watched, captivated by the dancer, and deep down, a part of her knew what effect she was having on her master. And she loved it, snapping out of his reverie and ready to move on to the next stage of his fun. Her master commanded her to stop. Her hands had just clasped together for second phase. Repeat. Yes, master, she groaned as she stopped her dance. There was a bright light that blinded the Baron momentarily. Unbeknownst to the hypno-Baron, Shanti had the power inherited from her mother. Her dance was the catalyst for her power of transformation. Once his vision cleared, he saw that in the young genie's place was an elephant. The elephant looked somehow similar to Shanti. Its most striking feature was its eyes. Its clear and unglassy eyes. Its very angry eyes that were staring daggers into the Baron, nearly soiling his trousers. The Baron fled, followed shortly behind by Elephant Shanti. The inner sanctum was a very small room, leaving few places he could hide. Even up atop the two central pillars wasn't out of reach for the vengeful elephant, and he was eventually cornered. Shanti transformed back to her normal form and stood over him, ready to deliver justice for his crime. Any last words before I finish you? Shanti asked, angrily, having no other option. The Baron stared at the girl and said, just this, look into my eyes. His eyes shifted into spirals, and Shanti was too taken aback to avert her own. She stared into his spiraling eyes and felt herself slipping away not again she managed before being hit by a huge wave of drowsiness, so sleepy she could barely keep her eyes open to stare into the Baron's eyes must resist, but it was futile. Shanty's eyelids felt as heavy as lead weights. Unable to remain open, her eyes closed and her head slumped against her chest, the Baron slowly got to his feet and cautiously asked, "S.H. Shanty? Can you hear me?" "Yes, Master. I hear and I obey." All emotion was gone from Shanty's voice as she succumbed once more to the Baron's power. "Open your eyes but remain in your trance," the Baron commanded, still not completely convinced. "As you command, Master." Shanty raised her head and opened her eyes, which were narrowed in yellow spirals. The Baron wiped his brow in relief. He felt it best to get rid of her and avoid her breaking free and beating him up. In truth, the confident, calm mastermind was just a ruse. He was actually a complete coward. He feared pain and learned hypnosis so he could avoid conflict. Shanty was here for the magic seal he held in his possession, and she wouldn't leave until she had it. He took the item out of his robe and handed it to her. She levitated into the air, spinning slowly with her arms raised into the air. After a few seconds, she descended until her feet touched the floor and her arms lowered. "I want you to take this and leave my tower," the Baron commanded. "When you hear the gate close behind you, you will awaken from your trance with no memory of being hypnotized. You will believe that your strong will won out and you defeated me in battle. Do you understand?" "Yes, Master, I will forget." Shanty put the seal away and, arms raised, marched out the door that was a close one. The Baron sighed and went back to what he was doing. Before Shanty arrived, Shanty continued back through the tower in her zombie-like march. On the way out, she passed by the save guy. "Would you like to save a record of your journey?" he asked. "Yes, Master, I would like to save the entranced," Genie replied. Once the process was complete, Shanty resumed her march. "Kids," the old man said, shaking his head, as she left. Once she got outside, the Hypno Tower's gate closed behind her and she stood in her trance for a few moments before she awoke and shook her head to clear it. Images of the Hypno Baron's mind games failing and his transformation into a fake Uncle Mimic ran through her mind, as did the simplicity of his tactics. That was surprisingly easy. I expected a guy who calls himself the Hypno Baron to try and hypnotize me. Oh, well.
Don't worry, because there will be more. I did say in my top 10 Genifications deviantartist list that I would be making more lists like this in the future as the means to expand on this type of video.